Okay, welcome everyone to part 2 of the 130th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Saturday, August 13th, 2016. And we're continuing our journey with Douglas as he... I was going to say Edward. Douglas as he is on his trip to the White House in Washington, D.C. to bring plasma energy technology to the government of the United States, basically. And we're following along with him, and he checks in every so often. We expect to hear from him, in 5 or 10 minutes? Is that correct now, or is he almost available now? Do we know what the latest information is on that?
I think he'll join as soon as he's able to.
Okay. And people can follow along either through the Zoom meeting that we have set up on Zoom meeting 939-474-503, or they can go to the Keshe Foundation website at the Keshe Foundation, www.keshefoundation.org, and the front page there has the information and the different checkpoints on the trip to Washington from Missouri. And also people can go to the Keshe Foundation forum. There's also a special section there where people can make their comments and connections with others that are trying to make the journey, and so on. So we have different ways that people can connect.
I would appreciate if people would post in the forums if they wanted to meet with Douglas at the particular stops, so that we can make him aware that people will be meeting him.
Good. Okay, how do we wish to continue here? Any comments or questions from anyone in particular? We have a viewer with this hand up, Danielle. Perhaps I'll bring him in here. Or I can't. I'm not the host right now. I wonder if we should bring him in, see what his comment is.
Flint or Sandy?
I'm here. Sorry, didn't hear the question.
We have a viewer that I'd like to bring in, Danielle. This hand up.
Oh.
I don't see her hand up.
Don't recognize him, so
Oh, there it is.
it's up to you. Sure.
Are we not bringing anyone in that we don't recognize? Is that the...
Okay.
I think,
that
no,
the
this
plan?
time, remember, he said he wanted everything open, so let's bring people in and answer questions.
Okay.
Okay. I made you co-host, Rick.
All right, thank you.
And I see Mark as co-host.
Oop.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go, thanks. Yeah.
So Danielle, you have a question or anything? You have to just unmute yourself.
I'll unmute him. I'm going to mute Sandy. There's some feedback through your mic, Sandy. There we go. Okay, Danielle, do you want to speak? Not able to hear you yet if you're trying to speak. you can, if you're having trouble with the mute button or something, you can indicate in the chat and maybe we can help you. Maybe that's why he's had his hand up. Couldn't get the microphone to work.
Or he had it up for the last hour and he left.
Possibly. Okay, well, if we don't hear from him in
Okay.
a little bit, we may have to demote him back to... I'm going to remute you, Daniel, and you can figure out your mute button if you wish to speak there. Okay, let's carry on. Somebody else like to... I do have a link for the video, for the Keshe Foundation video that is of the device. And since the cat is out of the bag, I guess we can show that.
P8 raised their hand.
Okay. P8. Okay.
Quick note, the banner just arrived. Looks great.
Alright, P8. You had your hand up. I'll unmute you and see what you would like to say. Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, who are you and what would you like today?
It's just that I've been following you guys for a long, long time. I've been on obviously never actually got involved in this live Zoom thing because I've been at work and stuff. But just wanted to know, like, do you have any count on how many followers you have at the moment going to the White House?
I don't think we do we? Has
Not that I know of.
Douglas actually met up with anybody yet? Is there anyone traveling in his caravan, or is it he's waiting to meet up at the next spot?
That was not.
I think due to the timing issues, we were just going to have everybody meet up at the next spot and meet there. So we'll see what happens when we get there. But yes, there is lots of people going that will meet him in Washington, if not in Washington, Pennsylvania, then in front of the White House. So yes, there will be quite a few people going there.
Well, I hope so because this is brilliant. I mean, like I've been following. I'm a bit lazy on this side, but yeah, this is just brilliant. I can't do it for myself, but yeah, I've made a little device that I've connected to my fridge at the moment. It's not working brilliant, but I know I have to tweak it a bit, but this is so nice. Trust me. I always believed in peace and always loved this thing. But yeah, I was on I think one of these news channels, and they were saying there's something happening about some demonstration at DC tomorrow as well. I don't know if you guys know about it or not. Something to do with the Pride, the peace Pride type thing or something.
Not familiar. Not sure about that myself. Does anybody else know about that?
There usually is quite a number of organizations doing marches or other types of things in front of the White House at any particular point in time. So I don't think that's quite unusual.
Mark would know.
Okay, I just want to raise it because I saw it just today, and they're saying like, the I think it's to do with gay prides and all that kind of thing. So I just want to let you guys know. I don't know if you know about it now.
Might be good to have more people listen and know about the technology.
Well, exactly. Well, they're against all this violence and stuff anyway. So yeah, I would hope they'll join all, Keshe found, followers and that. So it'd be nice. Just want to let you guys know. Obviously, you could probably let the people, let Douglas know when it was going toward it for him to be prepared for it, sort of thing.
The best thing that people can do from their armchairs is to let the media know to be there for this historic occasion.
Okay, well, yeah, it would be nice. I mean, if all of them could just get together to pass this message, which is so powerful, and hopefully, fingers crossed, it works, it happens,
Yes, I think Douglas did a really good job there of showing that the system is working, and that we don't have to be looking for proof anymore that the technology is real, and we are moving forward with it no matter what.
Let's hope. Let's hope it all goes well tomorrow.
Anybody have anything else they want to ask or share? Or?
Sorry, guys. I think my mic's still open. If you just mute me, you know.
Okay. You can go ahead and play that video, Rick. I don't have it pulled up here, so you can go ahead.
August the 12th, 2016. This is my MyGrav power generation off-grid set. And as you can see, my wire coming from my capacitor here of this refrigerator leads into the load of the capacitors that go through the MyGrav and come back out into the strip here. And, the ground ties from the strip, ground ties right there, and goes over here to an earth ground right there. Now then they turn the other compressor on. Now we've created a loop, and we can see by my voltage indicator there, we got 121.5. If you've noticed, I've had to put a pair of eye strips on here because this little surge protector is nowhere near capable of the amount of watts that we're going to pull through it. This has a startup capacitance of 700 to 800 watts and a continuous run capacitance of 85 watts. This is a panini sandwich grilled cheese maker, lights on, and it's 800 watts. This, as you can see, is a 1500 watt fan force heater, and we're gonna turn it on all the way up to 1500, and you can see she's blowing, and it's hot. This is a 45 watt hair straightener, and I ran another load over to here so I could turn on a 1500 watt hair dryer. Might want to push that reset button, maybe. There we go. That's the low setting. That's the high. So we got 1500 watts. I'm gonna set it on the ground there. I don't want it sitting on my refrigerator. And of course, the refrigerator is a key part of this. So you can see that it's working in there. Ice in the fridge. Okay, so everything is on and operational. I just stepped on the ground there. And we'll go ahead and turn on these fluorescents too. Forgot about those. And we'll get some thermal readings here for you. Show you that everything's working. Looks like about 345 degrees on that one. Now let's see what the heater's putting out. We gotta clear it. And then we'll go back to this over here. 241. And of course, the mag-grav coils. The bottom coil is, oh, sorry about that. The bottom coil, if I can keep it on there, 116, 111. The middle coil, 96, 95. Oh, and of course the top coil looks like it's bouncing back and forth. We're going to say 115. We got right here 87 degrees in that. Right there. Wires 88, 91 degrees. The hair dryer is still running. The heater's still putting out plenty of heat. We'll come over here. See what the hair dryer is putting out. Hot enough for me. 171 degrees there. So everything seems to be fully functional in operation. Like I said, we use the capacitor startup run cap, and it starts the system. And this one makes an infinity loop plugged into the system. That creates the voltage. And if we add up the wattage here, we got 15 and 15 is 3,000, so that's 3 kilowatts. 8, 3,800, 54 to 3854. And let's just call it even 100 on the 2 refrigerators. So 3954 and 50 on that. So 4K right now. It looks like what we're pulling off this particular unit. You can see I had a piece of matter copper there. It got hot. None of this did though. Look at that, 116 degrees, 104, sorry. And we'll get over here on this, now that it's nano, look, 200 degrees. But you go right here, and you see it starts dropping down. And that's a little bitty 20 gauge stranded wire. But it cools down as it goes through the mag-grav. You can see it's dropped down to 94 degrees. And now that this is nano-coated, the next time I fire it up, it will be at a lower temperature. It won't get that high. Like the rest of these, you know, they don't get high, 88 degrees. They've already been nano-coated. Once the nano-coating process takes over, then it's all it does its own thing from there. Well, anyway, that's more than 4 minutes to show arming, and I'm hot enough out here, and I've got heaters blowing, and hair dryers are going, and everything. We'll leave the lights running and get the. Let's see, the two compressors are what runs everything. Everything can be taken off of here. You don't have to, as you can see, I've got an earth ground. You don't have to have an electrical source. There's no wires attached anywhere around here at all. You know, see, anybody can see it comes off the compressor right there. There's no wires except for what's on the ground. That goes to the hair dryer, back down to the strip. Like I said, if it wasn't for those vice grips, we would have never been able to do that, because that little surge protector will only allow so many watts to go through it, and we just pulled 4,000 watts through it, so they're not rated at that. A 14 gauge wire is rated at 1440. And as you can see, this wire is not even hot, and it's a 18 gauge stranded wire. And look at this little bitty wire here. It's a 20 gauge stranded wire, and it didn't melt at all. You know, piece of matter copper got hot there, but that was something I threw on at the end because I burned a cap earlier. But even with 3 caps, we still managed to pull 4Ks. So, we showed the thermal indication that all the units were working. And as you can see again out here, there's no wires, just an earth ground. I do require a ground. The appliances have their own ground, but they're not earth grounded unless you're hooked into the grid. If you're hooked into the grid, then you've got a ground for your appliances through your neutral. But when you're off grid, you don't have that ground for your appliances. And in order to make these appliances with the start run capacitors to operate properly, you need a ground. So this is the earth ground, and you know, I chose to use a number 8 solid gauge solid copper wire. So this is I hope will satisfy everyone's curiosity and show that the marvelous feat that this unit is available to do. You know, it will perform a specific function, several actually, but one of the main functions is not only the power generation ability, but the ability to carry a massive amounts of current and wattage through nano-coated wires, and through the nano-coating process allows this to become a superconductor, which allows the electricity to travel through here at a higher rate of speed, frequency if you will, so you know, less resistance. If there's no resistance, there's no heat. You know, this is a new piece of wire right here, you know, and it's warm to the touch, but it's not hot anymore. But that's the reason it, you know, became hot, because it was a brand new piece of wire. It hasn't been nano coated yet. So this was, you know, put in here on purpose to show you. You see that none of the rest of that left a mark there. You know, just the one spot right there. I had my knee on that ground, and like I said, the two systems are making electricity right now, so it will give you a little bit of a shock there if you touch the ground on one side. But anyway, I hope this satisfies everybody's curiosity, and peace and blessings to all, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Okay, there you have it. Any comments on that?
Rick,
Yes?
is it possible that one of those kilowatt meters could be put on the power strip to kind of show what the whole system is pulling from a live feed, you know, live action?
Not necessarily. We know what power meters will do with the plasma. It doesn't necessarily tell us exactly what's going on there, so it may or may not work. I don't know how how the meter thing will work in that. I would think that if it worked easily, then Keshe would have probably made sure it was part of the program there, but I don't know.
Yeah, no worries. I just was wondering if I didn't see any other instruments. I was just wondering if like a voltmeter or anything else was going to be used.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
He did have a voltmeter. Douglas had a voltmeter in this video hooked up to it, but not constantly. Well, it's hooked up to it, but it wasn't. It was showing what 117 volts, I think.
Or an amp clamp or whatever, whatever might help people see something.
Yes, but if it shows, like if you're on one end of it, it might show a lower. It might influence the meter because the plasma doesn't behave in the same way. It'll go backwards to the regular electricity and so on. So I'm not sure how their circuit's set up and whether they can just stick meters on it. Mr. Keshe was saying at one point that they couldn't they couldn't just stick a meter on each side of the circuit and measure what's going on. That the plasma works differently, and that's what the one of the governments, I think, was trying to do, is to measure things with these meters, and it wasn't working properly because both the meters will interfere with the plasma coding process, and the plasma will interfere with the correct reading of the meter or something like that. So there's some conflict with meters and where to put them and whether it should be at the junction where the mains come into the house, or do you put it at each side of the device itself, or do you put a device at one end of the house and measure it at the other, and so on and so forth. There's different ways to look at that, I think.
So we need to create a plasma meter, right?
Maybe as who was it? J.P. Morgan that said to Nikola Tesla, when Nikola Tesla had this wonderful device, this tower that could broadcast power around the world, J.P. Morgan said to him, well, where do we put the meter? And that became a big issue. There was nowhere to put the meter in that kind of, because Tesla's system was basically a plasma type process. It had a different type of wave, a different type of way of delivering power than anything before or after, basically. But they couldn't meter it. Anyone could stick a rod into the earth and get power anywhere in the earth. And that was problematic for those who want to capitalize on the situation and control it for the next 100 to 200 or 3,000 years or whatever it happens to be.
Maybe using an AM radio or something, like when you guys try to, find the boundary of the fields.
Yes, but this is more of a demonstration of the power generator, the fact that it can tie into all these different appliances and power them, deliver actual real electrical power, which is what everybody's sort of gone. This whole concept of so-called free energy or free power has been around a long time, and it's been sort of a holy grail that you hear stories and rumors that this system might work and that system is supposed to work, and then they test it and it doesn't really, and maybe it did, but only in secret labs, and all this kind of thing back and forth. But here it is. It seems to be anyway, and it'll definitely shake some people up. You can imagine if you were sitting on a patent for the last 20 or 30 years as some sort of corporation, and didn't want to release that patent because you were making tons of money on batteries, and we mentioned batteries before, or whatever, some sort of electrical things, and all of a sudden this comes along. Well, that would force you to bring out some of the mothballed technology that you've been holding specifically for this time, knowing that it's coming eventually, and if they see the hint that, wow, the people really know about this and this technology is coming out, then maybe it'll force them to release their technology in order to be in competition and try to undercut and so on, keep control of the situation. But this isn't one that it's going to be different. It's not like building a hydroelectric dam for billions of dollars or other major investments like a wind turbine that might be a few $1,000,000 and so on and so forth. The technology is very expensive now to adapt and to get it going. This appears to be relatively inexpensive compared to for the amount of production. Mr. Keshe is talking about many kilowatts in the palm of your hand available. Say you had 30 kilowatts or more, just right, a small tiny device in the palm of your hand. Well, that gives one a lot of power, literally, and but also figuratively. This is like a whole step up. The average person may have access to, easily, possibly thousands of kilowatt hours of power available to do whatever they wish to do with, create new things, use it for, heating and for making production, or for keeping the house warm, or keeping the family dwelling with the power and all that kind of thing. So
my first comment was just with regard to providing more of a visual aid using conventional testing tools. That's what I was just asking.
Well, the trouble is conventional doesn't work very well generally with the plasma. There's a conflict there. Like there's the idea that the plasma actually goes in the opposite direction of the electricity in terms of it. The plasma wants to go to the source.
The eddy current type?
Pardon me?
Like eddy current?
Yeah, kind of like eddy current, sort of like eddy current on steroids, you might say, where the eddy current will be more or less opposing a diamagnetic field, more or less. Then the plasma is more not just an opposing field, but a field that wants to go the other way. Like if the power is coming from the power plant to you, then the plasma wants to go the other way toward the power plant in a way. So it just if the electricity is flowing in left to right on a wire, then the plasma apparently, or at least in some circumstances, seems to want to go in the opposite direction. So it's interesting that way.
And the second comment was towards the testing. If that's what I was thinking about, Mr. Keshe said the plasma pulses, so perhaps we can use a receiver technology like a radio to dial it in to kind of gauge the magnitude of the plasma.
Sure, absolutely. That's the way Mr. Keshe was. That was his common technique in a year or two ago. Like for the 129 Tesla magnetic tests that were done with the MagRev reactors in combinations and so on. There's I guess a lot to it that way. In that sense, there's it's a kind of a sensitive thing. Depends on the setup, what you're trying to do. Are you trying to get really strong magnetic fields? Are you trying to achieve lift? Are you trying to make new materials? Are you trying to do health benefits? Each would have different fields that one is working with. And definitely the radio is used to detect some of those fields. And Mr. Keshe said if the radio goes dead, that means your system's working. Um, it's similar, I think, to what happens if you have an ordinary plasma ball that people play with. You put your fingers on it and it's got the little lightning sparks inside and so on. If you bring your cell phone close to that plasma ball, then the cell phone goes dead. It'll cut right out. And there's certain points within the field of that plasma ball that certain effects can take place and that sort of thing. So, and you can use, I've used a crystal radio in the past as a detector for different kinds of fields. And crystal radio is actually a perfect detector because of the diode circuitry, specifically with the 1N34A diode, which is common to most crystal radio setups. It's extremely sensitive. It was made to be extremely sensitive compared to the modern diodes. And it's sensitive to a wide range of fields. I found that a crystal radio was actually sensitive from everything from audio down to low frequencies, basically a few hertz audio, right through to very high frequency into the thousands of kilohertz and so on. So, and it can detect not just radio frequencies, but light, such as laser light, light bulbs, sunlight. It can detect lightning from a distance, from many miles away, through an ordinary crystal radio circuit. So that indicates to you that it's very sensitive to stuff that sparks and stuff that has fields and stuff that puts out radio waves and what else? It's also sensitive to magnetic fields. Any changing magnetic field you can hear in the crystal radio. It's sensitive to the human body in terms of you take an AM radio and you hang on to the antenna with your hand. It usually increases the volume of the radio. You know, transistor radios are like that because their bodies work as good antennas and capacitors, and the radio itself is very sensitive to that type of connection. So we become part of the circuit, literally, with that kind of setup. And so the radio and you become the sensitive part of the circuit, the sensor actually. And people can go to my YouTube channel, Mr. Fix-It Rick, all one word, in YouTube, and I've got videos there showing my interfacing with a crystal radio to. I literally got a crystal radio. You won't believe this, but I got just a really funky, very simple crystal radio circuit to detect the colors on my monitor. It would give a different sound for each color that I could put up on just a color panel on my monitor. And I did a YouTube video showing that interaction, as well as I was able to hear the internals of my iMac computer by moving the crystal radio around the monitor and hearing all the different chips and motors and things going on inside. And it's quite amazing. I was pretty flabbergasted that a simple little circuit like that could do more than virtually anything in the modern world. I don't know any tool that could be so versatile. Everything now is so specialized. You might have a sensitive electromagnetic device, but it's only good for electromagnetic. It doesn't sense sound and light and color all in the same device. I'm talking about a simple diode a tiny little diode. It's made of germanium oxide, which is again, it's a basic nanomaterial, germanium oxide, just like our many of the most of the crust of the planet Earth is all oxides. When you look it up, 98% or something of the crust of the Earth is made out of oxides, which we are learning to make. We make our nanomaterials, copper oxide, zinc oxide. All these different oxides are the same as the crust of the Earth, and it's the same as it's all basically the same stuff, the same as this sensitive detector germanium oxide diode inside a crystal radio.
Do you have the ability to interface that with the diode with a oscilloscope?
Well, certainly that can be done. I'm not sure if the oscilloscope it might interfere with the action of the diode. And what you can do, actually, I've experimented a little bit, but I've heard about this as well. You can take the diode and just put it on the end of your oscilloscope probe and use that as a probe, and as the diode acts as it cuts out half the wave, half the AC wave, so you end up with a chopped DC that actually responds as a different waveform that is able to make a speaker respond in audio tones rather than the AC, which doesn't work so well. So yeah, you can
Well, I was
definitely.
thinking if you emulated the colors on your computer, perhaps an oscilloscope program in the computer could perhaps.
Yeah, well, that's not as fun as the way I did it. The way I did it was I used an audio program. Okay, so I take the output from the crystal radio, which normally is very low output. You can use a specific type of microphone to be able to hear it, a piezo type of not microphone, a headphone or earphone rather. An earphone unit that's a piezo you can use with a crystal radio set. You need no electricity. It doesn't require any batteries. You just hook up to a ground source and an antenna, and even that's a little optional. It is optional with the way I set it up, because what I do is I simply hook a 1/8-inch audio plug with the 3 wires directly into my crystal radio and plug it directly into my computer. Then I use an audio software program to amplify the signal from the crystal radio. In fact, I use 2 or 3 or sometimes even 4 gain modules within the software in order to increase the signal enough to be able to hear it. And then I use a series of filters to change the pitch and to change the reverb and so on to give a signal that gives quality, what I call it. It gives timbre and quality and oomph to the sound, such that when you hear lightning through this software program, through the crystal radio, normally in an AM radio, when you hear lightning, it's just a little bit of just a bit of static, and that's all you hear. You hear static all the time. It's usually because of one of the 1,000 strikes per second on the planet Earth of lightning. So when you're hearing this lightning coming through with the crystal radio circuit, and when it's tuned very sensitively and with this sound software, then every strike of lightning has its own idiosyncrasy. It sounds like real lightning coming through on the audio when it's tuned just properly. It sounds, it's the lightning, the spark itself sounds very much like the thunder, I should say. But yet it happens instantly, so you actually hear it on the crystal radio first, and then you hear it, the thunder come through, a few seconds later from miles away. But you can fine tune the software in order to make different sounds come through properly. Like I could shine a laser from 30 feet away onto my crystal radio and have it go whoomp, whoomp, whoomp as the light goes across the crystal radio diode, and so on. So the end of all this rambling is that it can be used as a sensitive apparatus for plasmatic fields. For example, I set it up with, I was talking about a plasma ball, and I had a couple plasma balls set up, and they had some interacting fields. And I could actually fine tune my radio that if I moved it 1 centimeter over, I would hear a whole different set of melodies coming from this plasma ball. And it would be like a descending octaves, and so on. It was very strange. You can get some very strange effects, and I spent probably, I was really into it at one point, just tuning in all this stuff, and spent several hundred hours listening to this crystal radio and fine-tuning the circuitry to try to get it to pick up different things and so on. And I was just flabbergasted at some of the stuff that came through that was sounding like human voice when you know it was not a radio station that you were tuned to, and so on. And different very interesting sounds, and oh, it's amazing. You can use it for diagnostics. I could hear different things in my car if it was close to my car, and you could tell whether a spark plug wire was sparking across and not supposed to be, and you could hear if there's a motor, electric motor. For example, if you want to diagnose or listen to your electric motors that are driving your plasma balls, and they do wear out and they get noisy, and it's hard to tell which one of these ones is really noisy and what's going on here. You could use such a sensor to just get in a little close to the motor, within a few inches, and the closer you get, the more sensitive it is, of course, and actually hear all the sparks on the commutator of this motor, where the electricity is actually making contact. And you can tell if the bearings are good and so on. It's just by the sound of the motor. And it doesn't even have to be a motor in order to hear it. It can be just a rotating magnetic field. I had a turbine that had magnets in it, and it had no motor, but it was turned by just fluid pressure. And this crazy little radio could pick up the sound of the rotating magnets in this little turbine thing that I built. So it's extremely versatile. I want to do some more research with it, actually, and I have done some research trying to get some sort of reaction with the fields of the magravs, different reactors and so on. But there's a lot of room for research to be done in that, in creating the fields to start with, all the different combinations we have, and then trying to actually sense them with a device that can tell, the difference between reactors being a centimeter or two apart or together. Is that going to be, do we have a device that can tell what the difference in the fields are, or is it up to us to be the device? We act as that radio. We are human. Are not our human, perhaps more like our essence or our spirit tunes into those fields, and we know whether to put the reactor a little over to the left, a little over to the right, and what configuration we want to use from sensing it ourselves, rather than using all the devices to tell us. But as far as the public goes, they need to see the devices, and they need to see something that's, you know, looks legitimate and seems to be working and all that kind of thing. That's why we use light bulbs that light up and freezers that freeze.
I just wanted to, because you mentioned the color, if you were able to, the signal could be quantified in a color spectrum or correlated to a color. You were speaking about how you said you saw a color.
Yeah. What I did is I hooked up, you'd have to look at the videos, but I hooked up one lead, the ground lead to an alligator clip hooked to my ear. And then well, no, that was a different one. Sorry, the one with the colors. The way it works is there is a different sound for each color. So the color black came through kind of a bah, and the color red would be and the color green would be and so on. So I could actually play the colors on my screen by just holding the radio over the screen. In fact, I had it set up right beside the screen on a little stand, and I just with my mouse was changing the background color of the screen and getting different sounds from the radio, from the background pictures and colors on the screen. And at one point I used the screensaver, Journey Through the Universe screensaver, and the radio was responding to the screensaver with each meteorite and plasma sun that was coming through would be the radio was responding to. And I did a few videos of that as well, which is really quite incredible. There's people that were calling me that they wanted to use the sound effects in their movies, in their Hollywood, or not Hollywood, but their alternative movies they're making in college and that kind of thing, because the sounds were so cool coming from this little crystal radio. So, like I say, I think that this is the way it's sort of going right now. But plasma is so wide open. Go ahead,
Douglas
sorry.
just
Okay.
posted in the chat that he's at the Waffle House in Indianapolis.
All right, let's see if we can connect with him. Douglas, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. I'm here.
Hey, how you doing? Oh, we got a picture. Okay, just a minute here.
Yeah, we got rain, but if it hadn't been for the rain, we would have made it here. We'd actually caught up with ourselves and made it on time.
Flint, can you stop the screen sharing, please? Thanks.
Yeah, I can see the pouring down rain here. It has been for miles. Yeah, for hours actually. If it, like I said, if it hadn't been for the rain, we would have got here before 6 p.m. But we made it 30 minutes behind. So.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, there's the signs to the roads intersection right there. And of course, there's the Waffle House right over here. And there's the Home Depot.
Oh, the Home Depot we were looking at. Yes, okay.
Yep. And the Marsh Market.
Looks way different than Google Earth.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, it's hard for me because everything looks backwards on the camera.
Flint, you can work with them to flip the screen.
Okay, I'll do that here.
Is that the hurricane that started out in Louisiana and made it all the way up to the Great Lakes?
Or
they made it to Indianapolis.
Yeah, it's I guess it has been. I guess it would be evening, so good nobbing, my friend. We're gonna.
So Douglas, we have this stop booked as a leave at your discretion, as the next stop is the one that you'll be staying at.
Yeah, we're gonna head over here, as you can see, to that Family Dollar Well, I don't know how good you can see it. It's raining at the. Oh, we're gonna swing over here because everybody knows we're in a maroon van and nobody's approached us. Everybody's shopping, so we'll run in that Family Dollar and get me a set of headphones, a set of cheap ones, so I can at least hear on the computer anyway. And then we're going to
drop something.
and then we'll be heading out towards the next destination, which I guess is where we'll be staying for the night.
Make sure you get ones with microphone in them.
Just going to suggest that, Flint.
So,
Yeah. If they've got them here, if not, we'll stop at the next place, Walmart or somewhere here close by, and grab some. So.
And just for your information there, Douglas, chances are this is the first time people are seeing any images from inside the United States besides your house. So it's good to see some scenery of the United States besides your house and the system. Thank you.
Well, you haven't missed much as far as the scenery goes. It's pretty boring drive coming from where we're from, but nonetheless, it's here. We've made it this far. I go in just a minute. It's been a very tiresome road. That's for sure. I can't wait to get to a place where we can rest and lay down. So, but I guess I'm gonna run in here and try to find some headphones real quick, and I've got everything charging right now. I've got all my cords plugged in, so we should be good, and we'll stream some shots out of here and down the road. And the only thing that was even worth seeing was a gigantic cross.
That was good for you. Douglas?
Hey, yes.
We're with you guys.
Oh, all right. Hey, all right.
Thank
Glad
you
to
for
be here.
everything.
Thank you.
So we're here to see you guys.
All right. More is coming along. Hey.
Let's turn the camera out.
Yeah, let's
Turn
see.
the camera around there, Douglas, so we can see everybody in a nice wave.
Yeah, Douglas.
Yeah, they were just trying to get inside the somewhere in this general neighborhood right here. Yeah, so I was
You're
telling them
pointing
I'm
up to the ceiling.
set of headphones and we're heading out. We're going to the next location.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, we just want to come and show our support.
All right.
Your hand. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, I got your
Hey,
hand.
Douglas.
Are they willing to show their faces,
Douglas.
Douglas? Are they willing
Yeah.
to show their faces to us?
Yeah, Rick,
that'd be
talking
nice.
now. Do what?
You could ask them to see if it's okay
What's that?
to show their faces so we could see the first people that have approached you. Like,
Oh, do y'all want to be seen on camera?
Sure.
all right,
And
great, thank
of
you.
the first people that have met us here.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, thank you.
Hello.
Thank
And
you,
all the
Douglas.
team, Rick,
All the
everybody.
team, foundation. This is awesome.
Are y'all heading all the way in, or y'all just stopped to
No,
visit here?
We live here, and so how amazing
Yeah,
that
bless
you're
you.
gonna stop here.
Yeah, bless you.
Show our support.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Thank
Bless you
So
for sure.
exciting.
Yeah. No, we're going on to next. We've been up all night. I've been up for 2 nights. She's been up all night driving. It's time for us to go find a place to lay down and rest for a few minutes. So we got a longer drive in to be there in the morning. So.
Well,
Your camera?
oh, I do. Yeah.
You might
No, you're right ahead.
You want me to take a picture of all you guys together? Yeah, get out there.
Hey, if we could get a picture to post, that would be really terrific. If someone could take a good
I'm not
picture
worried
and
about getting wet. I just joke around with my wife about getting wet. I'll try to fix that up there, Rick, where you guys can see that there somehow or another.
Could we get everybody to come in as a thing? We can get a picture. Is that possible?
yeah, or if they could take the picture and upload it for us, that would be great
There
as
you
well.
go. That works. Yeah, perfect.
Or can someone hold the camera? No, they're all out taking a picture.
Did someone bring the Oasis system just in case?
Beautiful.
Thank you again
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Douglas,
Nice to meet all of you.
good luck with Mr. Obama tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck. We'll be
Yeah, it's hard for a veteran to keep his mouth shut.
I'm a veteran as well. Thank you for your
Thank
service.
you, brother.
Hey, Bart is an electronics engineer, electronics technician, electrical engineer.
Yes.
Same as you. Well, so we'd love to collaborate in some ways. See if we can get a unit going of our own.
And if you know
Yeah,
of anybody in the Indianapolis area, we need to connect.
Yeah, I don't know of anybody up here at all. I'm not from around this area. I'm actually from Southwest Kentucky. So,
Okay.
she grew up here.
You're from where?
Valparaiso.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna run in and get.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys for coming out and supporting us. I'm glad to have a.
Little man said it's a Waffle House right now and went inside.
We don't know, but they were sitting there waiting. Like we've been here for about half an hour.
Yeah, we made up a lot of time. We flew.
Yeah. Very moving slow. Nikki. Audrey.
All right, Rick, missed y'all. Everybody get that. I'm running into the store real quick to get a.
Can you get a pic?
Can I get what?
Email you the picture or get the picture that they took somehow?
Yeah. I'll have them send it to me for sure.
Okay, and that way you can put it into Zoom here for us.
Okay. No problem at all. There. Easy to remember.
Here, let's take one more on my phone, guys.
Definitely need the Keshe hover cam here.
Yep, and the Keshe umbrella.
Yeah.
Rick, I think there's somebody with their hand up in the viewers list. My
Sorry,
viewers
I was
list is
having so much fun I ignored them. Lorenzo, right? I tried to find you earlier, promote you, and whoever 12249 is.
Looking at them. You was? Yep. Yeah.
I told Douglas to bring an umbrella. I don't know if he did or not.
No, we didn't.
Oh, okay.
Isn't it supposed to be sunny and nice in DC?
Well, you use it for shade.
Extremely hot.
Yeah. Rain off you.
Right, umbrella for that, I guess.
We gotta go to the Waffle House. They said there's a couple more people at the Waffle House.
Okay.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, they said they're not sure if they left yet or not, but they know there was a couple more people sitting over there.
So we have, what, about 10 people or so altogether?
So as soon as he comes out of this Family Dollar, we're going to go over there.
Okay.
Sit down. You got to be quiet. Sit down.
that chair.
No.
Huh?
Get up there. Hurry.
Why?
Another miniature plasma master scientist in the making.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He likes to ask why, that's for sure.
Did you just hear him say, did Mr. Keshe ask for me?
I tried to get my son to say hi to everybody before too, but he was being shy. So it's
Well,
always good to catch him off guard.
Yeah.
Maybe he would like to say hi to the other kid.
Yeah, Mr. Keshe is not here right now.
We could tell everybody else hi. They said Mr. Keshe isn't in there right now.
Well, Caroline's still on. Maybe we can shout at her here.
Yeah, I did. I sent her a message to come back on.
Yeah, they'd want to see this.
Can you see him?
Yeah.
Say hi.
Oh my God, this is the problem.
Say hi.
Oh my God, we see him at last.
Nowhere to hide in the back seat.
He's the next genius.
Yeah.
Does
And
he?
he's just as shy as mine.
Does he? Tell us. Does he know what plasma is? Does he know the word plasma?
Yes, he knows the word plasma, and he always comes in asking his dad, "Dad, are you making Gant?"
That's great. Lovely.
Yeah.
And then, we put the CO2 Gants on the chickens, on their sores or whatever, and he'll ask that too. You gonna spray that CO2 on the chickens?
Yeah.
He's very, very smart.
Yeah.
You find it works well with the chickens when they have a wound or some cut or something? Is that the idea, or skin problems, or how do you what do you treat it for?
I can't hear. I didn't hear what you said,
Oh,
hon.
sorry. I was wondering about the chickens, how you treat them, and when they have cuts or different little skin problems and so on. Use the CO2 Gans.
Yeah, we just put it in a spray bottle and just spray it on them.
Yep. They probably love it.
Yep. As a matter of fact, our 10-year-old is at home taking care of one that it's got a messed up foot, so the other chickens were picking at it, and it got its head pretty good. So she's fixing it with the CO2 Gantz water.
Wow, that's great.
Why that thing on?
It's recorded. Well, we can talk.
Magrav.
I rolled down my window.
No, you get rained on. You'll get rained on.
I don't care.
No, you'll get everything wet. Leave it up.
I'll do that.
Okay. Now put it back up.
No.
Put it back up.
I don't care.
You don't care.
Come over here. Come with me.
Yeah, we just muted him. Can we get people that are going to be speaking muting their mics, please?
Don't touch.
Hi. What song?
No. Well, they don't want to hear songs.
Why?
Are you going to sing?
No.
Can we blame the child for a copyrighted sound violation?
Magrav. Yeah, that's me. When the child says Magrav, that's like the word of the day, and they just Magrav, walking around the house saying Magrav.
Yeah. I muted Douglas there, if that's okay. Or do you want to unmuted?
Has he arrived now in
There. There's Mr. Keshe. I heard him. You say hi? Why not?
Hi.
Do you have a question for Mr. Keshe? Anything that you'd like to know about the technology? It's a good chance.
Say hi. Ask him about the Gantz.
No.
Okay. Never mind then.
Yeah, this is good.
He's real shy.
No pressure. No pressure.
Yeah, they're in Indiana right now.
I think we met. There was 10 people there.
Yeah, there's 8 or 10 people. They got a couple of selfie pictures.
Yeah, I took one on my cell phone too, so he's gonna send that one to you guys.
Okay, good.
What's the next point? You're staying there overnight and then you carry on tomorrow?
No, there was one more stop, which is about 6 hours away.
For tonight?
Yes.
Yep.
That's what time would they get there? About 10 o'clock at night.
About
1 in
midnight.
the morning.
Well, actually, Google says it's only going to take them 5 hours to go from Indianapolis.
So they'll get there midnight.
Yeah.
So what about the 6, 8 people? Are they following them, or they say goodbye there and they carry on?
I think they're coming with them.
Really?
I thought I heard that.
I thought they said they just came because they live there. But
The four of them that he took a picture with just came to meet him and bless him and tell him thank you because they live here. And they said there's a couple people over at the Waffle House, so we're fixing to go over there and see what they're doing. We're not quite sure yet.
Mom, can you buckle me up? Can you buckle me up?
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to send it.
Hello.
Hello.
Mm. Mm.
It's not easy with children traveling.
It's easy with
But it
him.
makes it worth it, doesn't it? This is why we're doing all this, is to have a better future for everybody.
Yeah, can you imagine in a few years' time we do this distance in 10 minutes?
Douglas went into a store to get a pair of headphones, and he'll be back in a little bit.
Stop, honey, stop.
I think we're going to have spaceship driver's licenses soon here, too.
He's ready to fly a spaceship.
That's the next plan.
Andre boy.
That was my dream when I was his age. I said I wanted to be a spaceman. That was my dream. Contrary
Now you
to-
become the man of the space, so it's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were dreaming you wanted to go home.
I think that's the first thing I wanted to do when I got on this planet was to leave.
I gotta turn the air on, but it's warm.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, this is Gary from California. I wanted to wish everybody much love to the whole Keshe group and love for the incredible meeting tomorrow. And one quick question, do we have any idea when the blueprints will be coming out, McGrath?
For the generator, you mean?
Yeah, well, the generator, sorry, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, that depends on how things go in the next day. Probably, Mr. Keshe, what would you say?
It depends how we progress with the American government.
Okay. Well, I thank you. I thank you, Mr. Keshe, for all you do. And Douglas and everybody else, I wish everybody love, peace, and happiness in America, and especially for the whole entire world. That's what I try to focus on in my meditation every day.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're more than welcome. Blessings to all.
Thank you.
Mr. Keshe,
Yep.
is it possible to make a GANs of an oxide?
Who's that asking?
That's me, Steve. We were talking about the germanium crystal.
You want
Radium?
to make guns from what?
No, I just wondered is it possible to make a GANs of an oxide material?
Of course, why not?
Mom,
What?
Cookie back here.
No, you gotta get in your seat.
Why?
Because you're a little boy, you have to buckle up.
Why, Dad?
Dad's a big boy. Oh, there he's Dad.
Dad.
That's the longest time I ever spent in a Family Dollar. Wow. One employee.
Hey, Doug. Mr. Keshe is online here for you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Douglas. You arrived well.
Yes, sir. We've made it and we've caught up with time, and now we're only about 30 minutes behind instead of 2.5 hours behind. So we made up 2 hours, even though we had a long bout of rain following along with us.
Thank you very much for everything. Try to be safe, and we'll see what we can do. It's nearly midnight. It's nearly 1 o'clock here.
Yeah, we're fixing to head to the next location where we'll be spending the night, I think.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
There are a couple people at the Waffle House for you.
Yeah, and my wife got pictures of them also, so we they don't have to mess with sending them to my email. I'll have them up on side here in just a little bit.
Okay, that sounds good.
Carry on.
All right, guys, I'm signing off and going into the restaurant here to get a bite to eat and use the bathroom real fast, and I'll check back with you guys here in a little bit.
Is your camera fixed? I fixed your camera, right?
Yes, everything's not backwards now. Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
There was a comment, is there any chance they could take a picture at a landmark of their car in Indiana or at the border crossing states? So
I got the picture coming into Illinois. I didn't get the one coming into Indiana.
Okay. Well, people, I guess, are looking for something that they can relate to, probably about
Stop at the next border and turn around and take a picture of the Indiana one.
There you go.
We'll cross it. We'll take the one in the back. I did get a picture of the new Veterans Bridge in St. Louis and several pictures of the arch also. So.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's what we need, I think.
You can get a picture of your car out in front of Waffle House.
The wet Waffle House. I guess that's what we get.
That's a mirror image. Wow.
Oh, we lost your audio there, Douglas. Perhaps something popped out, or... Oh, it's back.
We'll check back in just a little bit, guys, after we grab a bite.
Right on. Thank you, Douglas.
All right, thank you, guys.
Bye.
Hi, Rick. Hi, Rick. Is it possible to speak to Mr. Cash?
Who's speaking?
P8?
I don't think Mr. Keshe is on right now, is he? Didn't he go away for it?
I don't know. I just thought I heard it.
They're logged in through Caroline's account here.
I'm not sure if he's listening in right now. What was your question concerning?
It was just a general knowledge thing. Basically, I'm a bit of a follow on to like SO, a follower, and I like find out about like what the camera, which is to concentrate toward the sun and that, and it's just regarding that basically.
Just say that again. Say it again. I didn't understand. Just say it one more time.
Yeah, it's regarding information coming off the solar flares and like certain objects being detected by the sun and that, taking energy off of the sun. It was regarding that basically, whether it's possible or not.
Something besides solar energy means something different?
Well, sun is obviously a star, so lots of energy and that. I mean, like I follow lots of say people on YouTube and stuff like that, and they've shown certain objects or aircrafts be near sun and taking energy out of the sun, as in, well, I know it as being plasma now since I follow you guys. I just wanted to confirm that with Mr. Keshe.
Well, you have to remember that there is definitely lots of different currents that are coming from the sun, plasma, matter, and the transition states as well. So you have gravitational and magnetic fields. So I have seen, I think, what you're talking about before, but they are visible at certain times and under certain conditions with the magnetic field of the sun that basically makes the arc and looks like it's pulling it from the sun. So that's, I wouldn't say that's the only explanation, but anything is possible, right?
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
If there's time later, maybe we can ask that question. We're trying to keep things sort of in the ballpark of what we have going on here, but there might be room for other questions and so on as we go along.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Obviously, I'm listening to you guys, and while this is going on, I just saw his live update, Douglas's live update, and I mean, I'm so excited. I hope it all goes well and we do achieving the goals that Keshe Foundation is trying to do.
Thank you.
I hope to speak to Mr. Keshe soon.
He did say it was 1 o'clock in the morning where he is at now, so he's probably going back to bed.
Okay. Well, I'm based in UK at the moment. It's what, 12 past something.
Oh, okay.
I'm still following you guys.
Well, stick around.
I will do as long as I can.
Yeah, and yeah, Mr. Keshe will be on again hopefully soon.
Yeah, no problem. Obviously, if I do fall asleep, I'm gonna, as soon as I wake up, I'm gonna log back in this and follow you guys. It's so exciting, and it's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Rick, can we get a banner, please? Can we get a banner, please?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So Rick, my question to follow up with what Mr. Keshe said is if we can make a GANS of an oxide, then oxide, which is matter state, and GANS is non-matter state, why do we refer to what's produced as like zinc oxide or, in that form? Do you know?
Say the question one more time, please.
I asked Mr. Keshe if it's possible to create the GANS of an oxide.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, yeah, sure, why not?
Mm-hmm.
So GANS is not matter state, right?
Right. Well, it's a between state, you might say, a transition state.
So then oxide is a matter state. Why do we refer to the zinc oxide GANS as oxide? Is it just a core?
Okay. Well, let's maybe we can put on the whiteboard and sort of have a look at that for a minute. I think I know where you're going at with it. Get this up. Okay,
Chandler here. So we talk about carbon dioxide. It's an oxide. And we talk about GANS of carbon dioxide. It's a GaNs of an oxide.
That's a
Okay.
really good example. And I was going to give an example of, for example, let's say we have I want a thicker line. Let's have a nice thick line. Say you have a substrate of copper, and if the copper atoms are all tight together across the, let's say copper looks, the atoms are tight together in a metal. That's what metals are all about, is regular lattice work of the atoms and so on.
We're not seeing anything. It's still all
Oh.
white.
It's still all white?
Yeah.
Let me see. How about...
There we go.
There we go.
All right, that's some oddity about resume the share after sharing it twice already. Okay. So...
the screen across monitors, that's why.
All right, okay. So I figure, say you have a chunk of copper, and it's got these atoms on the copper, in the copper material. Whoops. Stop. Now I have to erase because it went weird on me. There we are. Say you have copper as a substrate, as we would call it, and so we call that the copper, just the element copper, the physicality copper, sometimes it's referred to. And then when we get the layering on it, the CuO, that ends up being a looser structure on the surface. The copper oxide is not, inside the interior part of the copper. It ends up reacting, the copper reacts with the oxygen plasma, and it ends up with in a more freed up state. You could have many layers of the copper oxide, and it's but the copper oxide that would be close to this copper is still bound to the copper in a way. It's still closer to the copper structure maybe than to the loosened up copper oxide. But you get into these layers a little bit, and then this copper gets more released, the copper oxide gets more released from the substrate, from the parent material, you might say. So it's a looser structure, which would have, instead of just the tight atoms in the lattice structure, these open up more, and they might have fields around these that interact, or that means that the spaces in between the particles become really important, and all the gaps and so on, and whether this is doped with a different element in it and so on. So that's one whole layer, you could say, in itself. And then at the same time, some of these could be released and end up as a separate copper oxide out in the actual environment, say, of the fluid that you're dealing with, or otherwise could become loosened up and become the GaNs material, where the fields are even more opened up and even more what we say, plasmatic. If plasma is up in this range, and the physicality is in the other range down here, then there'll be a gradient between there, you could say, but it seems to go in stages. You have the physicality copper, you've got the copper oxide that's starting to release from the surface, and some of that will let go into your environment and split up as the it might split up as the Cu called the copper ion, Cu plus, and the OH minus when it's in the fluid. And these ions can be very powerful and fast moving and so on, and their fields are expanded while they're in this fluid. They become plasmatic in that environment. And then we get into, beyond this, we have the vapor. And if you were to have a vapor of this GANs of copper oxide, essentially, then that would have its own qualities as well. And then maybe one could distill the vapor. Mr. Keshe was talking about that in the previous teaching today about the capturing the actual distilled plasma vapor. And of course, beyond that, even might be the actual fields interacting with the actual fields by themselves somewhere. If you can learn to interact just with fields, then that's like the ultimate. You're the ultimate plasma manipulator when you can just deal with fields and not have to deal with the physicality or the GANs or the anything else. Am I close on this or totally off track? I could use some guidance by others who also know way more than me, probably. Anybody have some input on that?
If Sanders still there, he's really good at explaining all this.
Well, what I was looking at was just the one dot. Inside the one dot.
Which dot?
Pick any of the, let's
like
say.
One of these?
Well, let's start with the copper. If we look at the atomic structure from an isotope level of just copper, we know we have 29 neutrons in copper. And so do we have a signature in copper oxide GANs that we could look at that is neutron, proton, and electron in that configuration, or is it because it's not matter, it's a transitional, is there something different?
Well, the weight, like we normally use the table of elements and so on when we're talking about elements. I was just getting some feedback here. Are you okay? Danielle? Okay, I'll mute you. Where was I? Normally we use the table of elements, and we can tell, by the atomic weight and atomic numbers and so on, and they're used in their chemical formulas as scientists and all that kind of thing. But Mr. Keshe seems to indicate that, for example, the copper might have your numbers that you're speaking of with the neutrons and protons and so on. The copper oxide ends up in a different state, especially as if it becomes a GANs type material, or it's used in like an aqueous environment where they act as ions rather than, or in a plasmatic way. It's funny, I drew these two as circles, but it ends up as a perfect figure 8 here, actually. And they do work with each other in that sense. But I was going to say I forgot the point I was going to make there about the fields opening up. Basically, it becomes a different weight, essentially. That's the idea here. The copper, the materiality, that's what the element in the table of elements is based on. It's not based on its copper oxide form or its aqueous form or its plasmatic or vapor form or its fields. The table of elements deals with the physicality element, basically. So the idea here is that you would use a lesser weight as a way of judging. For example, if it was in a CO2 kit that you had your copper oxide coating, well, that would have a different interaction with the plasmatic environment of your aqueous mixture, and it would be given a lesser weight than just the copper and oxygen added up together, because these particles, atoms, or bits they're basically further apart. They're spaced. They have gaps. They have
Satellites, right?
they're able to move around more. This is actually a very dynamic situation here with this copper oxide and this layering. The creation of these layers is extremely dynamic. There could be literally thousands of layers made within a period of hours or even perhaps minutes. And they're all layered in such a way that they interact in one level but not the other way, and it's a totally different substance with totally different qualities than the copper as an element. The copper as an element sort of works as all as one piece, where these the copper oxide, it becomes more liberated. This copper oxide particle here, even though it was part of this layer, it may actually jump up on the ladder and end up here, and this one that was up here could fall down the ladder and end up down here. It's still a dynamic process. It's not frozen in place necessarily. And then we go up another level in, say, an aqueous environment where these ions are running around. Well, they're totally liberated compared to the previous zone down here. They're like really happy campers there. They're able to have what I call more elbow room. They're able to get their elbows in there and actually move around on you could say on the dance floor. If this was dancing, then the copper materiality, well, you're basically just sitting on the sidelines and not dancing much at all. A little bit when the electricity goes through, there's a little bit of action. But the next layer, the copper oxide, there's quite a dance going on. There's the dance between the atmosphere interacting, the carbon dioxide and the oxygen and the other elements that are interacting, and with the bottom part, and then the doping of different zinc and so on that might be going on. There's a lot of action there. There's dance partners being picked up left and right, and they're getting together and then splitting apart, and some of these actions are happening in just within picoseconds. There's just no time. Scientists have only recently started to be able to measure such things, and they're still confused about most of it. We get into the next level, they can really dance. They might dance from one side of the container over to the other, and we have pictures of materials and the ionic movement between two plates, for example, two charged plates. Definitely there'll be movement back and forth, and some of it is extremely fast. You'll see a mist that just blows through the liquid, might blow from one side and to the other in a second or something. So that's a much more open and fluid plasmatic environment when you get in. Well, it's fluid, fluid in many ways, but the meaning of fluidity in terms of having more movement, more room to move. Essentially, that means these copper atoms can move much faster. You can imagine inside this matrix of the copper element, there's not much movement. There's movement of electrons and so on, but the copper elements, they're pretty much fixated in place. And it becomes a case of more and more movement as you work up, until in in a high temperature plasma, or in the plasma like you'd find in a high vacuum environment, that's when these particles have ultimate room to move. they might only move, well, let's say they move nowhere on the bottom level. They move maybe this far, or this far up and down, or whatever, sideways on that level, and maybe they move this far on that level before they hit something and then stop or get blocked, essentially. And then you get up into more of a plasma vapor, or in the case of a high voltage plasma or whatever, you get movement that a particle will move continuously in a straight line because there's nothing for it to hit in a vacuum, or very little. The next particle might be way down, here somewhere, or way over here somewhere, and so it's got lots of room to move. Well, that means in that plasma environment, these particles can move long distances, and they can get up to higher speeds and have more effect, essentially. The chances of making a superconducting environment would be much greater when all these plasma parts are able to dance together in a way that that makes them happy, essentially. I think happiness is an escalating scale going vertical in a way, because what makes us happy? We want to be free. We want to have liberation. We want to have elbow room. We want to have all, enough room to move in life and do and so on. So I think that liberation comes with the degrees of freedom that as we go higher and higher up this scale toward the fields themselves, which if we become a true plasma manipulator, then we learn to work with the fields, and we do it with joy, because that's part of the happiness of being liberated, being not confined to only this rocking chair in this lower level and never get out of your rocking chair, basically. It's time to join the dance party up in the plasma area. Anyway, I maybe got a little far afield there, but you can get the drift, I think.
That's all good stuff. No, I guess I was just looking at three different stages. Copper is in a matter state, so it has a mass with isotopes, nucleus, protons, electron. Then you have the copper oxide GANs, which I thought Mr. Keshe said it was 27% less mass because there's no momentum in it. But is it a particle of matter, or is it a non-particle of no matter? That's what I'm having a hard time dealing with. That's
understandable for sure, because right away when you say copper is the matter level, for example, like I was indicating here, and sort of in a way tricked you into it, because if you look at that copper, and let's magnify one of these little red copper things in the copper materiality, the physicality or element, say, and we make it into a big one here. Let me just change my color and say this is the element we see there, and you say there's like 29 neutrons, and we got all these neutrons
41 protons, and
yeah, and you got a bunch of protons here, and so on. Okay, well, right away we're on the wrong track, you see, because we call them neutrons and protons, and we think that they're particles, because that's normally what we consider protons and neutrons, or the what we call elementary particles, and that maybe there's more elementary particles inside of them, the quarks and all that kind of stuff. But that's the misperception, because when you take all of these little, like this was the dot here that we magnify, and then you take one of these and magnify it, and it turns out that little neutron is just a magnetic field.
Yeah.
And there's no particles there. There's nothing really there anywhere in the things that we can see. It is all just rotating magnetic fields that are interacting. And it gives us the illusion of a reality. But it's actually just fields, fields, fields. And we think it's real because when we touch our finger on it, it feels like a table. But it's just the repulsion of the fields of our finger against the fields of the table that we supposedly feel through our sensing system and supposedly see according to our extremely limited vision spectrum that only reflects a very limited amount of the radiation coming off of something, and so on. So it is essentially an illusion of solidness of this universe, and when we penetrate it, we find out that essentially at this nano level, it's and beyond the nano into the atomic and beyond atomic becomes all fields. And the same as when we go the other way in the macro level, we run into the same problem. The more we look at the universe, the more we can see how it's an interaction of fields between universes and between cosmos and galaxies and planets and stars and so on. It's not about the physicality. It's all about the fields. And then we're told 99.98% of the universe is composed of plasma to start with. So what we think is not plasma really is plasma, and what we think is physicality is actually plasma when you look at it at the smallest level and at the largest level. So it gets pretty confusing, and a lot of it is in the idea, I think, of the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. In other words, whether you see for example, let's say someone has a ring on, and it's a gold ring, and we look at it, and some people would see the physicality of that gold ring, and they might think, oh, that's about 6 grams, and it's probably worth about $1,200, and they'd have it all figured out and know all the ins and outs of what that material was and its specifications and price and so on. But they may have missed another level where that object has definite emotional attachments, an emotional realm that's involved with it, that if one wasn't in that perception mode of feeling or of appreciating that interaction, then one wouldn't see that. So it's sort of like what you see is what you get. 10 people could look at that same gold ring and have 10 different internal responses to it in a way. They could be at different levels of this physicality matter level. Are they looking at just the matter level? Are they looking at a little more liberated level of maybe they're seeing that ring as how the fields are or maybe they're looking at how the interaction of the gold with the person and how it sort of fits better, and maybe somebody else is looking more just on the feeling level up in the higher levels and how the fields of this ring is interacting both with the person and the whole environment, and taking a broader, bigger picture of it. So different people will have different perceptions, and again, Mr. Keshe and others through history have talked about people being in different, you sort of could categorize people in or beings of the universe, folk that we tend as beings of, especially probably in a gravitational situation, we focus on either the physical or a higher level, or perhaps more of a mental or artistic level, and then others will be more on a spiritual or other levels and a higher level, and some are able to hang out in all levels all at once and not actually go insane, because often there's a big shock between the vision of the matter level and the vision of the plasma level, for example. You know, like for example, someone like myself, I've been a repair, excuse me, a repair person. Get a drink here. A repair person for most of my life, so I tend to think of things in diagnostics and figuring out solution, and but quite much on the physicality level, because that's what I've been asked to do through the years. I'm not asked to, as a mechanic, to analyze the person's feelings about their vehicle, or analyze the vehicle's feelings about their owner. I'm there to replace the bolt that's broken, or whatever. It's very much a physicality thing. But the more I have opened up my life as I've gone along, that physicality of just that ordinary bolt that might be a broken bolt becomes a whole different realm. Suddenly that broken bolt is connected to the driver, because the nut that was on the bolt ends up having to be the driver was the nut behind the wheel, not the nut on the bolt. And because of his relationship to the vehicle, ended up maybe being abusive and broke the nut on the bolt, and so on. And with more experience, I'm able to like hold that broken bolt and look at it and go, okay, I can tell that this is been abused, and I can tell by the look at it and the feel of it that something major has happened here that's not normal in the realm of life. And other as Mr. Keshe called it the other day, he says he has many windows to view a situation with. He can select a different viewpoint simultaneously with the situation, and see it from many different directions at once, because he's so connected with everything from higher governmental levels down to the grassroots person on the street, and several other points of view that most of us would normally never approach in terms of our perspectives in life and so on. So anyway, I didn't mean to get rambling on and on and on here, but I think I might be done now. Someone stop me, please.
Okay, no, it's all good stuff. I mean, you're sharing what you know, and we appreciate it. We really do.
Yep, and if anybody else has some more things to add, please.
It's Lorenzo. I can maybe say a few things. Keep me honest, Rick. So we already know different states of matter. You know, for example, nitrogen when it's frozen, and you know nitrogen when it's liquid, and you know nitrogen when it's a gas. It's the same nitrogen. Just extend that now into the GANS levels and into the upper levels. It's the same field strength. Hope that answers your question about the neutrons.
Yes, it does. But what I guess I was projecting to reverse engineer it, and how we look at it. We look at copper, then copper oxide, then the fields. Can logically reverse the process, like a recipe for success. I guess I'm trying to
reverse it to what?
If you wanted to create gold, so to speak.
That's transmutation. So I think the way you need to do that is you have to increase the field strength, then you can manipulate it and transmute it into something else. You can't transmute it straight from matter state into matter state. That's the way I understand it. I don't know, Rick, if you'd agree.
Yeah, the idea being that let's just clear the screen here maybe, and just to do a quick little thing here.
Because when we capture the CO2 in the salt water, that's not transmutation, correct?
No, you're elevating it to the next looser field strength, higher field strength, where it can start to be manipulated much easier.
Right, and one of the ideas that I get is that from the let's call it I don't know what you say, the field perspective, let's say, from field. If one's perspective is all about plasma and field, then basically, if you're focused on that, you won't see the physicality. Because you're working with the fields. So if one is working with the fields and one is able to be at that level, then that gives you the opportunity to be able to work with the physicality from the field perspective, which makes it much the way it works is you're working with this part, the center, the core, the principle, the essence of the situation, basically. I was going to say of the material, but it's not really material. It's fields if you're working with fields. And the physicality part of it just happens to be there because you're working with the fields. In other words, if you had this plasma field here you're working with, and you've got another one beside it that you're working with, and you're able to interact them, then that might be that interaction of the fields is what drops out the physicality, literally drops out the GANs in the bottom of our containers, for example. But it's the fields that are principle. The fields are prime. They come first, always. The fields happen before the physicality in that sense.
Maybe what might help with the fields is what used to be called the ether. See them as the same. Would you agree, Rick? What used to be called the ether, where everything originates from, is what we call the fields, the higher field strengths.
Yeah, essentially, it depends on how you define it. Like ether has quite a few meanings, and some of them have been deliberately twisted probably from the original ones to make sure we don't go on the trail of ether again ever, because Tesla did that one, and you know what we had to do to him to make sure he didn't squeal. You know, this is part of the secret, is the idea that there could be an ether, and here we are, you know, what is it? I think it's at least the 19th century now, isn't it? And the scientists of today are complaining they can't tell what 40% of the weight of they can't tell where 40% of the weight of the universe comes from. It's dark matter. We call it dark because we don't have a clue where it is or how to measure it. We know it's out there somewhere. I think this is so funny. So
that's
obviously,
what Mr. Keshe has done. He's explained what just used to be regarded as a blanket statement, the ether. Mr. Keshe has explained the structure and how that actually works. So it's no longer just a black box with a label on it that says ether. We now know, you know, what's in the black box and how that all works.
Yes.
And then there's what the principal matter is. We don't get into that, right? Because that's the next, whatever the next step would be, the principal matter, what it's made of.
What you mean, we?
Well, no, I'm sorry, but...
So this the thing is, it becomes a thing of like we automatically assume that everyone else is going to view things the way we are. So we include them as they must be seeing everything as the physicality, the same as I am, and so on. When some people might actually be seeing things in terms of plasma fields, and they sort of, might sort of poo-poo them because they might seem a little slow, or they don't know much about the physicality world, or they're not able to handle social circumstances or something. But it may be that they're super sensitive to plasma fields, and that happens to be the realm, or that's where they hang out. So it starts to get a little dicey when we start talking about perceptions of what reality is. Is reality, is everything plasma? Is everything, what you bump into, the table, your head into a wall, or whatever? Is reality only what you bump into? There's that concept as well. And how do we approach a perspective that includes the plasma perspective, but not get lost in and step in front of a bus, because buses are pretty physical.
I'd like to add something.
Surely.
This is Mark Erb, and we look at particles and with big microscopes, and we find more and more space the further down we go, and we define a point as being impossible, having no dimensions. We even give that point a location that is supposedly exact, when we know we can't ever get anything exact. There's probably not any straight lines around circles. So I contend that there's no such thing as a single particle.
So how does the human deal with
Good morning.
no reference point?
Well, you can still talk about theoretic Cartesian coordinates.
Didn't have my microphone on in live stream, sorry. I was just mentioning the concept that if you're not totally in the moment, then you're going to miss the moment, and the time-space continuum moves on, and you're not going with it, essentially. So it becomes important for that real-time communication to kick in order to know where you are, essentially.
Anything that would become completely still would vanish.
Well, they say the center of the wheel never turns, and the center of the cyclone is completely still. And this gets back to this yellow dot in the middle here that is indicated. Is the this is the U R. No, the let's put it differently here. Shoot. There we go.
Well, is it because we only have
the UR here spot, and that is it's always the center of the plasma where the highest field strength exists. So if we always go for the center, then we're always going toward the plasmatic and field environments. If we are always looking you know, for example, if you're addressing someone else, some other person, whether you know them or not, you can either look at them and look at their physicality, their clothing, and what it looks like, whether it's tattered or nice or this color or that color, and start judging all these different things. Or you can look them right in the eye and look them in their essence, in their being, from your own being, and make that direct contact, bang, and realize that you are both one being, the same as all beings are when they recognize that in themselves. Otherwise, it's easy to get stuck on looking at the physicality, you know, the shape of the body parts, the height, the width, the color of the eye, blah, 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 all these different things are busy minds and busy emotional parts can get involved with. Whereas there's the other one that's more involved with the action at the middle, which is always that still empty place where everything originates from. In my estimation, maybe I'm going a bit overboard for some people on all that, but anyway, I'll stick by it. Where are we?
I guess I was just referring to if we use nanospectroscopy at this point to confirm that there's something there, do we need to have like pico?
I don't know. I keep losing my nanospectrometer. It's so small. It's so easy to lose. Falls right through the holes in your pocket. Falls right through the material in your pocket. So yeah, that's well, that's a good point, and that's what's happening now in science. Is the sensors are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So now they are actually able to sense a single atom, the magnetic field of a single atom, the magnetic field of a single electron, and so on. It's becoming a different world, and now they're finding out that things are changing. When they look closer and closer on that level, they find the time scales are changing, in that if they don't take the pictures that they're looking at that nano level really quickly, then they miss it. Basically, you blink your eyes, you miss it at that level. And literally, there could be 100 reactions take place in a few picoseconds or a few nanoseconds. And science has never had the tools before to realize that all these reactions are taking place on that time scale. All they've seen in the past is the final result after a few seconds, say, of a chemical reaction or something, and oh, we got A and B out of the chemical reaction. Therefore, if we mix A with B, we get A and B. Well, that makes sense, but they didn't realize that A plus B equals C plus D plus Z plus Y, and then Y and Z and Z become C and D and Z again, and all within 1 picosecond, everything basically ionizes and comes back together. And I think that's quite fascinating. That's exactly what is in line with the Keshe teaching, because Mr. Keshe has quite often not defined things for us, that this turns into this chemical material, and this turns into that chemical formula and that kind of thing. He goes more in terms of fields, the fields of the carbon dioxide. It's not necessarily CO2, the chemical formula CO2. It's the essence or plasmatic energy of that CO2. And it's a whole different way of evaluating the things that you're looking at. It's more open-ended and allows the variances, like we were just talking about earlier, which the table of elements doesn't allow for the loosening up of the plasma field and a different set of interactions due to that opening up of the fields and so on.
Rick, I've got something I think that I can add that might be useful. You get these guys, these clever chaps with the Hadron Collider, and they're smashing particles into particles, and they're looking in sub-picoseconds with all their instruments to see what happens to find the so-called elusive God particle. Well, from a Keshe plasma physics perspective, if you will, you can say they can keep smashing to their heart's content. They're never going to find the God particle, because that God particle is that thing in the middle that Rick drew where it says you are here. And that is at a field strength that's way higher than any of their instruments will ever detect, because all their instruments and they themselves are limited to a certain band, which we would call our reality. That center yellow thing that Rick drew over there is not in that band. It's way higher. And you can't build an instrument that's made of matter state material to detect that. So they're wasting their time with the Hadron Collider. They will never see that yellow thing that's in the middle there, because they're knocking against a brick wall, which is the boundary of this reality with what's above. And they will never see what's above if you use instrumentation and equipment that's made from this bandwidth that we live in, if that makes any sense.
Yes, I think so. And what they try to do is drive this so-called particle against this so-called particle. They pit particles against particles, and it's the old divide and conquer kind of mentality, and hit it with a hammer, and maybe it'll work better. But the thing,
never found a particle.
well, the thing about it is that I was just going to bring up your name, Mr. Keshe, and sure enough, you appear. That Mr. Keshe gave an excellent example that what they try to do is you can look at these so-called particles as hard-boiled eggs. And what they're trying to do is by driving them at high speeds, they make them into hard-boiled eggs, and then they ram them together trying to make an omelet. And that's never going to work. So
maybe another example, as crazy as this would sound, is you're in room A trying to see what's in room B, and all you get to see in room A is a finger, and you're pulling this finger, which is having an effect on whatever it is you're trying to see in the other room. You can't. You'll only ever see its effect, but you'll never see what's in room A.
Yeah, I was just trying to reconcile with why we were looking at the neutron isotope of a matter to try to organize our thought process when we're talking about fields of plasma that are not matter state. Just trying to reconcile that whole that entry from
Right, the neutrons just get closer, but not there.
So can we create a filter using the neutrons and the field, how they find the position? Something I can't put it into words. I'm just trying to deal with it.
okay, I'll try to reformulate it. Maybe that'll help.
I think you need to lose the concept of what helps is, yes, we have what we call neutrons, electrons, and protons, but everything is a field. There is nothing but a field. It's just a field that's bound in a certain way, which we call a neutron. So when you say, well, how does a neutron relate to a field? It is a field.
But it finds a position in relationship to other.
Yes, because of its mass, its plasmatic mass.
And
Just like the planets find their position to each other in the solar system.
Relatively speaking.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're all going round, and
doesn't momentum play some small part in the mass?
No, I think momentum's a matter state thing. In a plasmatic thing, you've just got positioning based on your field strength, and you all position yourselves so there's a balance.
Well, Mr. Keshe has talked quite a bit about this word inertia. I'd like to know more about what he means
Maybe that's
by
the word
that.
I was looking for. Maybe inertia, not momentum.
they're close in meanings in a way, but something can have inertia without momentum as well. That's the way I understand it. So, but Mr. Keshe has a different concept of that word inertia. That I believe that well, I'd rather have him explain it actually if we have that opportunity.
We see a bicycle wheel stand up because it's spinning, and we don't know why it does that.
Yeah, I didn't believe that that would happen when I get on a bicycle, so I ran into a telephone pole right off the bat instead. So you gotta believe in that phenomenon for it to work. It's all in the perspective.
Hey, Rick.
Uh-huh.
You need to make one of us co-hosts again.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, everyone. I appreciate it.
Thank you, too.
Is it the top flint or bottom flint? Flint?
Red shirt one.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Rick. Can I say something?
Surely.
It's just that it's almost 1 o'clock now. Very nice, interesting. I'm very tired. I'm gonna go fall asleep, but I will wake up. As soon as I wake up, I'm gonna start following you guys again, and hopefully it goes as planned, and we get good results.
Very good. Thank you.
And I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
See, Vic Tanev has says in the chat, I have a dream of how Obama, Mr. and Mrs. congratulate Douglas. Okay, thank you for that good thought. Tony says the "You Are Here" spot is the place you find the lost balls. Yes, that's probably true. If they go off into the virtual space somehow, then you have to be in that virtual space in order to see them and find them, I guess. And Vic says, well, they say in the Bible, in the center or in the beginning, it was the Word before it was a thought, as it is proven traveling at a speed undefined instantly. Okay. Okay, we have a viewer, Mari Avi. I'll promote you to panelist.
Yeah, Walter's correct. Says today is our Independence Day. True one. Sunday. Tomorrow.
Is it the same date?
Well, one of the days should be.
I mean, as the movie, isn't there a date for?
Well, the 14th. That's what's on all our posters and stuff. So.
No, I mean in the original movie. Or was it July 4th? And I don't know. I didn't even see the movie. Okay. We have. Where'd it go? Mari Avi. Did you have a comment? Would you like to say something? I'll unmute you there. Hello? Did you want to say something? We're not hearing you on your microphone. You'll have to work with your microphone to try to get it to work if you do want to speak. I'm not hearing anything right now. You can put a comment in the chat if you have to, if you're having trouble with that. Vic says, Rick, what does it take to be promoted and be a panelist, or does it make any difference between writing and speaking? It does make a difference in the chat writing. You can speak privately to people or semi-privately as a panelist, and panelists get to speak, whereas the viewers don't get to speak. Normally we haven't been promoting people automatically to panelists because a lot of the people now, we don't even know who they are and what their agenda might be or whatever. So we're tending not to promote, but we are doing that today. We're promoting people to see what they'd like to say or just get the comments and so on. Nubia says, how can we make strong acid if we know hydrochloric acid? If we have no hydrochloric acid? Well, that's a good question, and one thing that I've run into recently is, let me just do an erase here and do a quick clear. So, for example, let's say we have a container and it's got solution in it, and maybe we have maybe we don't have hydrochloric acid, but maybe we have some vinegar. Most people have vinegar, for example. Or you can get it at a local store. And you can get vinegar in different strengths as well. There's pickling vinegar is the strongest at, I think it's 7%, whereas a regular vinegar will be around 5%. So, for example, if you wanted to clean your copper and make it clean and prep it for a nano-coating process, you might want to dip your copper into the vinegar, and it will make it bright, shiny, clean, and then you can take it out, rinse it, and do your nano-coating process, and you've got a very clean substrate to start with, which will give you more even results and deeper and better results. But here's the interesting part I wanted to say about that, is if you have this vinegar, which is, what is it, CH3COOH, I think. Someone can check that for me. It's something like that. And but the thing about it is, if you were to add salt, NaCl to it, to your vinegar, then all of a sudden what happens is in the liquid, the Na separates from the Cl, and you get these what we call charged ions, Na plus, Cl minus, or basically they're plasmatic structures inside the fluid. And strangely enough, this Cl minus then has the opportunity to match up with one of these hydrogens and form HCl, which is hydrochloric acid. So you can take this weaker acid, vinegar, which you could practically drink, and it wouldn't hurt you or whatever. Some vinegars, at least, we do drink them. Maybe we have them for salad. People have them for salad every day. Vinegar and oil and vinegar salad dressing. Well, if you take that oil and vinegar and throw salt in, the vinegar, actually some of it will become HCl, become hydrochloric, and have a much stronger effect. It's not like it all becomes HCl, but some of these molecules inside here will be vinegar, and some of them will be HCl, and the HCl will be able to have a lot more effect. So in other words, if you wanted to increase the strength of your vinegar, you could add some salt to it, and in fact that's a common cleaning solution, is to add salt to vinegar, and it cleans about probably 3 to 10 times faster and better than just the plain vinegar. You can put your copper coil or other copper part in plain vinegar. It might take hours or days to clean it properly. If you add the salt to it, in about 10 or 15 minutes, it's going to be very clean, and it'll start etching right into the surface of the copper and making your solution blue from the copper getting into it in a matter of hours, or if you let it sit for days, it becomes very blue. Or in case of one experiment I did, I left the copper in for several months, and the copper 14 gauge wire looked like about a 30 gauge wire at the end of it, and the solution was extremely blue, and I was able to create copper nano-materials from that blue solution by just putting caustic into it. It creates the black particles. Anyways, the idea here was that you can take a weaker acid and make a stronger acid out of it for some of those experiments where you want to increase the acidity and so on. You don't happen to have the HCl around, or prefer not to. Mr. Keshe has also mentioned sulfuric acid, which is basically, it is the same exact stuff that's found in car batteries. However, there might be some lead in with the hydrochloric in the car battery situation. I'm not sure how pure that would be. That is one source of sulfuric acid. So, okay, I don't know if that answered your question or if we went too far astray there. We got into cleaning copper pans and all kinds of stuff. I think it's interesting in terms of if you were to use this kind of material, this vinegar and salt, or HCl or some other substance with, say, copper, then what happens is you start to liberate, if this is the surface it's used on, then this starts to be broken up. So it's a series of more or less hills and valleys, and the parts of the copper will be literally ripped off by the acid and go off into the environment, but it creates this rough and actually porous structure. It'll create voids and holes and mountains and valleys and so on in the copper surface. It'll become dull looking. It starts out making it look really shiny, but within a few hours or days it will become dull looking and actually start dissolving the surface of the copper and making it porous and so on, which I think could be very interesting structure if you were to take that, stop that process, and start the nano coating from that process. Then you'll have a bunch of hills and valleys that might look like this on the surface. When that gets nano coated, then you'll have maybe a bunch of pyramids or other copper oxide structures built on these mountains and valleys. So you've increased the surface area of this material then by tens or hundreds of times by doing this porous type process. making it much more effective for decontamination of various materials or ionization of materials and that kind of thing. Okay, what else have we got? Any other questions or comments? It says in the chat, vinegar can be concentrated the alchemist way by freezing and thawing cycles. Okay, that makes sense. You could freeze it and remove the water part, and the vinegar, I'm assuming the vinegar would be harder to freeze and will tend to concentrate after you remove the ice part on top. That would be just the pure water. I think that would be the way it goes. Yes, that's it, I'm told. Okay. There's another comment from Mari who says, one thing I would like to put in the discussion, I see my hands like the coil, one giving acid and one taking alkaline or alkalic. It's alkaline, I guess is the word. My mind, intention, is playing with. We should be able to produce any matter with our body, I think. Has anyone had any luck with that? To produce something from your pure intention using perhaps your hands like coils? This is something I remember reading about probably well over 30 years ago, and I think it was in Autobiography of a Yogi, or one of those type of books where it's talked about how the yogis that practice their meditations for many years could learn to work with their intention and be able to create, to be able to manifest things with their hands, using the energy fields of their hands to create something with the interaction of the fields, and manifest maybe a flower or some sort of trinket or gift for somebody that was visiting. Anybody done that recently? Or maybe they could show it on video for us? Hint, hint. No takers, eh? Mr. Keshe has talked about that also. It's not like a big secret. Talked about that process in some of the private teachings, especially.
Like hands-on healing or, Reiki.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, healing hands, I think it's called, is one of the motives. We've done exercises as a group using our hands as sensors and trying to feel the fields between your hands, which actually, if you think about it, it's not hard to do in terms of, if we were to think of the fields that we're trying to feel as being just simply heat. I mean, the infrared are rays, and if we can feel those rays with our hands or other body parts, and actually feel, like when you put your hands close together, you should be able to feel the heat off of each hand. And basically that's feeling of fields. It's a coarse and kind of clunky way to look at it. It's not the same as the essence or principal fields of the body, but it is a way of sensing fields. And you can actually do that, for example, with using your entire back as a sensor apparatus for feeling. If you were to be in a completely darkened room, you could actually feel the presence of other people using your back as a sensor. It's got a large surface area, and you can actually feel the presence of others, whether it's through infrared or some other manner. It's hard to define, but definitely it can be used as similar to the way the hands can be used as a sensing apparatus. So part of that all ties in with how we can interact with our reactors, and that's part of the Keshe teaching, is to be able to interact with these plasma fields and plasma reactors.
You have to do something first.
Have to do something first? Me? Mark, is that Mark? Alright, gotcha. Alright, any deliberate comments? We have to show intention with our comments, so can't be just random happen to happen. I think that's important. Actually, it brings up an important idea, the idea of being voluntary in our interactions with the plasmatic fields, and not have it just sort of happen willy-nilly or out of control, because ultimately we want to be able to, if not control, at least interact in a productive manner with these fields, some of which may be quite a bit stronger than what we bargained for, perhaps.
After no such thing as particles?
Still after particles, are you? You can have all the particles you want. You'll be there with 80% of the rest of the population of the planet. How does it feel?
It goes funny because if you consider that maybe a neutron and an electron and a proton are all hollow, then maybe everything's hollow.
Well, that's the point, exactly. It's all illusion. It all is a smoke and mirror show. And it can be basically proven to those that don't actually believe it if you insist. And there are different methods and ways that the shamans have used for millennia to be able to penetrate into those higher dimensions and get beyond the physicality and beyond the vision of the physicality and into the vision of the voyager of the universe, the voyager of the void, the voidness of the void. That voidness in the middle is our true nature. That's where it all happens from, like was mentioned earlier, and that's where we all return to, and that's where the real action is compared to the illusionary worlds that trickle down from that those principal energies, principal fields.
Right. Take everything else away, all that's left is consciousness.
Yes, essentially, or what you might say is presence is another word I like to use. Pure presence is literally the presence of the absolute, and that is a state that is possible to achieve in a human lifetime, I believe, and that seems to be, the way to interact with the principality at the center of the plasmatic fields, and to be able to work with those fields. You have to become one to know one. Know one to become one. But how do you get there if you've never been there? It's the old adage of how do you go to sea and become a seaman and join the Seamen's Union and go off on the ship and so on. Well, you have to have experience at sea before you can join the Seamen's Union and go to sea. So some new person has this conundrum. How do you go to sea and become part of the Seamen's join the Seamen's Union if you have to have the experience of going to sea to join the union, but you can't go to sea unless you're in the union.
Well, we
So
got the
what's
chicken and the egg syndrome fixed.
so what's
It's
the
all
answer?
solved.
What's the answer to this one? To this riddle? How
Uh,
do you join the Seamen's Union in this case?
you go fishing in Alaska for summer.
Well, pretty darn close. You sneak aboard. And once you snuck aboard, there's nothing they can do, and you find yourself a useful job, and all of a sudden, by the time you get back, you've got your experience, and you can get your Seamen's Union card at that point, simply because you had the gumption to sneak aboard and actually do the work, and you may not have gotten paid for it, or maybe you did, but at least you've got your card then. You've gotten credentials, you might say. So I'm thinking, in a way, maybe we have to almost sneak aboard these plasma reactors, or in a way sneak aboard the Magrav's generators movement. And like, how do you start the Maggrav generator movement when you're not allowed to start a Maggrav generator movement because it's too much of a movement for people to move into right now? Well, then you basically just do it, and then when you get back to shore, then you fill out the papers for the certification and for the credentials to say that it's part of what's acknowledged to be normal, and all the paperwork's in order and all that kind of thing. But it may take a bit of a leap of knowledge, and actually a leap off the shore onto that ship. For some kid that's maybe never been to sea. I've got a friend, a classic example. He'd never been to sea, but he really wanted to go fishing. And a few weeks ago, he went out fishing, and it's not Alaska, but darn close to Alaska in this area, up in close to the Queen Charlotte Islands. And there's big ocean there. And he was completely sick for the first 3 shifts of the fishing. He couldn't do anything, couldn't help out or anything. But because he was strong enough to just hang out and not complain while he was busy doing his business, being sick to his stomach and so on, and then he got over it, and he went in there and cleaned fish like the best of them, and he became accepted. And right away they asked him at the end of that trip, can you come back? Because they liked the way he worked, they liked his attitude. He laughed and joked while he was being sick and so on, and he just had a good attitude and aptitude that showed his intention. His intention wasn't there, wasn't to be there to show he was big and stronger and could take it. He tried that the previous time, and that didn't work. So he ended up just being there the best he could, and it was totally accepted and brought in, where there's other people that they would let go and not bother having back on the boat again because they just couldn't handle it. It takes a certain toughness to even want to go out in those conditions to start with, and to actually enjoy it in spite of being sick. You're being tossed around in 20-foot waves on a 30-foot boat, or no, I think it was a 50-foot boat with 20-foot waves or something. And yeah, it's extreme. So to parlay that into maybe a spaceship, are we going to have the aptitude to go to space? Are we going to want to be back on shore as soon as we step aboard and go, whoops, I didn't really want to be out here in this dark voidness of the void, and having to, be on my toes all the time with these different conditions that we're not used to, and all the ups and downs of being in space. I don't know how many of us would like to sign up like Elon Musk, owner of the Tesla car company, and SpaceX, and go to his greatest wish is to retire on Mars. And what if you had to spend 8 or 10 months by yourself going to Mars and having no interaction with anything basically, and being strapped in? Or what if you multiplied that? What if you had to go for a million years, let's say, out in space before you were found your destination, and you're able to maybe reconstitute your physicality or otherwise appear in some other part of the universe? Maybe that's the way it kind of works. It's hard to say. There's many different levels, of course. Those that want to go in the physicality will be able to go in the physicality. Those who want to go in a emotional or spiritual level will have that opportunity as well, and so on, I believe. Again, I'm getting a little far afield. Reel me in, please, folks. Any questions or comments?
I don't think it's that far afield, Rick. I think a lot of people are going to be having these type of conversations
Not for you, Lorenzo. It's not far afield. You've been at this space thing for years, so it's not too unusual to have the concept of going to space. You've probably had that dream of being a spaceman like me since you were a little kid.
I think half this planet's going to be having these type of discussions in a year's time or two.
Good point, and probably discussing with your kid. The kid's going to say, "But Daddy, I want to go to space now." And you say, "No, you got to spend some time with your family and us, and it's not time to leave yet. Please just spend a little more time with it, Daddy. I want to go to space." Or the other way around, Daddy says, "Oh, kids, I'm going off to space now." "What, Daddy? We want you here." I don't know. It's going to be some. I don't know. Will it be traumatic? Will we just accept people traveling to space? But no, thanks. I don't want. I'd rather prefer to stay here on the good old safe planet that I'm used to. That's the volcanoes are going off and the hurricanes and the tornadoes, but I'd rather stay on the good old safe planet Earth and take my lumps and so on. There's something to be said for that. I mean, it's our planet of origin in a sense, but in another sense, like people say, quite often I hear, "Well, I like the Keshe Foundation, but I don't want to go to space. We were born on this planet. We're made to be on this planet, and I want to stay on this planet," and so on. Which is good reasoning, makes some logical sense on that level of the elements in our body come from the earth, and we get water from the earth and all of the food and blah blah blah. But if you were to extend it a little further, our vision out a little further, it turns out all of the elements on this good old planet Earth have their origins in stars. And it turns out the carbon in our bodies has gone through stars and other
just go look at the ancient
parts.
site.
So we're actually not from Earth at all. We're actually star beings, if you want to define it as anything. And it even goes beyond that. If you want to define it, my birth, actually, I was... comes right down to it. I was born in the Big Bang. How about you? I happen to be, 4 billion years old. How old are you? Well, I'm 35 years old. Oh, really? You have no continuation before that? You just suddenly magically appeared on this planet? Oh, that's interesting. But again, it's a matter of perspective. What do we see when we look in the mirror? Do we see someone that's born from a mother and added all this elements to its body and grown big and in some cases, quite big or whatever on this planet, and here we are. Or are we, when we look in the mirror, maybe we could see something different that comes from a further away place than this planet, somewhere that's further but closer inside at the same time, which gets back to that little yellow spot in the middle of the middle of the principal fields, which is that non-dimensional spot. I've heard it defined once that if there's anything that we can say that's real about ourselves, it's that we're basically a spot of attention, a pinpoint of attention is what our true nature is. And that's kind of hard to take. I mean, but I've got all these wonderful things in my life. Well, when you pass away, what we call passing away or dying, 99.9999% of those things will probably be irrelevant in your life. As they say, you can't take it with you. Where is that? Where is it that you plan on going that the with you belongs to, and who are we exactly? Or one has to ask, who am I, and really address that question on a very deep level in order to get to the next step of is there life after death, and is there different other dimensional worlds and all that kind of thing, because many of us have different ideas of who we are, according to our religion, according to our culture, according to our thought forms, according to our experiences in life or past lives. And that all reflects on what we see from each moment to moment, our instantaneous impression and perspective at that time, which again, are we focusing on the physicality, or are we focusing on some other realm? I'll give you an example. Right here that just came up, this poster, One Planet, One Nation, One Race, Plasma Energy in Exchange for World Peace. Now, it's not a maggrav generator unit in exchange for world peace. It's plasma energy in exchange for world peace. It's a higher idea than the physicality unit. It's not these little blue and white units that are in exchange for world peace. And if that's all you see, then you're only seeing the physicality end of things, because they're representative of an enormous movement toward this different form of energy and interacting with this different form of energy. It's not about interacting with those blue and white maggrav units. We're not going to be worshiping these maggrav units, but we might be, in a way, worshiping the fields, because the fields are the true essential nature. They are the reality of the situation, and all the other stuff we put on it are all of our perceptions, our visual perception, our touch perception, our smell, our taste, and our hearing are all once removed from the reality of the situation. Every one of those senses they're not in the moment. They all take different systems it takes time to go through the nervous systems to reach the brain. For example, the fastest system of those senses is the nose. The sense of smell is the one that's most directly attached to the responses of the brain. And so when we walk into a new room or any room, the first impression we get is from our sense of smell, even if we don't recognize it at the time. Maybe we think that is something we see or something we hear, but if you were to be instantaneously there in that moment, it would be the sense of smell that's the most important, and in fact the one that keeps us out of trouble, the one that we know we can smell there's something wrong, we can smell this sense that there's danger and so on immediately, even before seeing, hearing, feeling it, or tasting it or whatever. It's that sense of smell. So in that,
I never knew that the sense of smell was that fast. Wow.
yes, and so someone that's a shaman or someone that's high up in the realms of knowledge of things will rely very much on their sense of smell. Of Now, when you think about it, what is smell? What does science define as smell? Well, smell is the application of nanomaterials going into our nasal passages. Well, what are nanomaterials? So nanoparticles. Well, essentially, they're the opened up plasma fields that we were talking about earlier, and they travel faster. For example, they might travel instantly from one side of the room to the other, whereas the physicality particles, they take a long time to move through, and or the sense of say someone was, I don't know, throwing a baseball at you when you came into this room. It would take time to travel through that environment until the baseball finally hit you or you caught it or whatever. The same with the sense of hearing. Those waves are going to be traveling at 1,200 feet per second or whatever before they bounce off the internal parts of your ear and then travel. The impulse and the reaction travels down the parts of your ear to your brain. So it's a very slow process. And the same with sight. We think the speed of light is fast. Well, it isn't really. When you think about it, you look at the sun. I'm looking at the sun here right now. In many parts of the world they aren't, but it's beaming down. It's completely clear here. And that sun is not where it looks to be in the sky, really. We were under the illusion that it's up there, but it's actually 8.5 minutes difference in where it actually is. That's how long it takes the light to travel from the sun to the earth. You think 8.5 minutes? Really? That's a long
Moron, as
time.
we know, when you go into space and you look at the sun, you can't see it. It's invisible. You could only see its effects on the planets, lighting up Earth and so on. So I think this technology is, I think the energy device is important. That's going to get people's attention. Everybody wants, an energy device. But when they start to look at the technology, they'll re-look at the world around them, nature, their bodies, and see it completely differently. It's been there all the time, staring them in the face. But now, the lure to understand it, the energy device, will then increase the understanding of things that have been in front of us all the time. And that will be a whole new industrial revolution 2.0. Yeah.
Thanks, Flint. Yeah, I was going to also play the other animation. I got it lined up here. That's a good one, though.
Hello, here's Walter. Well, how I understand light is created is that the fields of the sun and earth, when they rub in our atmosphere, there is the light is created. They create
friction.
a light. What we see does not travel from the sun, where the most people believe it is created.
Yes,
to
magnetic
the earth.
field interaction.
Yeah, it's a friction between the fields that creates the light, which is no different when you take a so-called UFO and you see them glowing. It's exactly the same principle that's operational there. Fields are rubbing against each other, creating the light.
Victor Schauberger wrote once the ice cold sun and described what he believed. And it took me very long, and only with the Keshe technology understanding, you can explain it.
Yeah.
Thing another little factoid of science regarding the sun and so on is that the light from the sun it can take many years to leave the sun. To go from the crust of the sun, it travels through the sun very, very slowly. Like it just so much gravity, it just can't go fast, and it's so dense there that it's like a fluid. The light's trying to get out, but it can't. It takes years for it to get to the surface.
You need to pull those rays gravitationally towards you to see them. You're right. Yeah. In other words, if you just have plasmatic fields rubbing, that light may not come to you unless it's being pulled towards you by a field.
I would like to hook on to that one. We're talking about light as being like a photon or like a magnetic interaction, like a friction. It's Richard, by the way. Good evening. Because I believe it's like a friction point you have when the sun is having this interaction with our planet. You have this magnetic and gravitational connection. And on this connection point, you have this friction point that creates this appearance of a sun in our atmosphere. And that's also the point where photons are being created and they reflect onto the planet. One of the reasons why we see the planets and not the sun.
Yeah. Well, they pull towards the Earth because of the fields that the Earth have. Yeah.
Some are pulled and some are pushed. Apparently the hydrogen goes to the sun. So it's a two-way flow to the sun, actually.
Rick, question. A little bit off track, but hooking on to something that you said earlier on about the that we do not come from Earth as beings, as that our history is not really perfectly understood, how we see things, and that some things are just simply hidden in plain sight. And you might know what I'm talking about. And coming from Canada, I presume you've seen it. And I'm talking about the Badland Guardians, or the Badland Guardian. I've recently posted about it, and this is something that I've come across in my life about 3 years ago. And this is something that when you look at it, and you do not have the picture in your mind, you can simply not see it. You have to understand it, or you need to be shown to see the complete picture. And you were talking about the creation and the merging of the soul with the body. And that's actually part of that picture. It's being shown there as a sperm cell merging with an egg and a spirit coming into the womb, and then basically merging with a body, and that body can be in several forms.
Which, by the way, they mentioned in science now, zinc oxide is related to that spark of life that you were just talking about.
Yeah, might as well be. I'm not sure.
It's a piezo effect. It's actually, zinc oxide is piezo, meaning when you compress it, it gives off a spark, and that can actually spark life. What a concept with their zinc oxide. Careful what you're creating, boys and girls. It just came up in a science article. I was happening to see the title of more than anything else, but yeah, that's interesting. I think, and it's going to tie back into what we're doing with the zinc oxide at some point, I think.
The thing I wanted to point out was that we should maybe become aware that really this understanding that who we are and what we are and how we interact with the universe is actually the same way as the sun interacts with the universe. We're a spirit and we're in a body that interacts with everything as radiant as a reactor we're trying to build. And I'm seeing this, and I'm just relating this to the location that I'm trying to point out a little bit. But the story that is being told there is very ancient, and it's not being studied or not being openly studied. And the understanding, if we understand that location specifically, it will shed some other light on our heritage, because it shows, as far as I understand, sort of a 4-generation picture where we are the 4th generation.
How can we find out more about this, Richard? Have you got a site or something?
Yeah. I posted it recently. I just recently disclosed just specifically the location, not the way I received it.
Okay.
I have to exit my full screen, and I'll just pop in the Facebook address.
Just people note the image that's up, right?
If you go directly to Facebook, you can just search on Badlands Guardian, sorry. And then you will probably find my site.
And funny enough, it's in my backyard.
Well, yeah, I know. And the funny thing is, a lot of people that I come across are coming from Alberta. I'm like, why? Come on, stop this stuff. I've never really talked online about how I got this, and I'm not ready to fully disclose that. The location is Alberta, Canada, and it's near Medicine Head. It's known as the Indian Head or the Badland.
Yeah, I can see there's an entry in Wikipedia for it.
Yes, and it's being classified as a natural phenomenon. But in this picture, there's a lot more than that. I'm not explaining in detail in my Facebook site what is really there, but most of the parts are visually there on the Facebook page. It just needs a little bit of explanation, maybe what you see. And I basically just identified, was it 20-something objects next to the face. It's really there's one human face, and there's a lot more than that. But I'm not sure if we need to show that here. It's
okay.
It's a little bit of a different subject, and I don't want to go too much off track. So I think it's interesting to view on, because it creates a different view on our history. And I'm talking about a location that is about 10 kilometers large. Let's say that, if you just draw a line. And it's created in a negative on the floor, on the ground, and it translates into a positive image when you are flying over it above approximately 1,800 meters. And the shading, if you get the right picture, you get the shading. And then it helps if you go on Google Earth to the location that you change the time to an earlier time, so that you get better shading, and then the image really pops up. Just checking if I can get that.
The ancients are all saying, pick me, we want to go. For any low-flying saucers that come by.
Well, this is, well, I have to disclose a little bit, okay? This is what they exactly said. They were, if you visit Earth, you visit Alberta, Canada, you fly over this site, and you learn something about the history of the planet. It's there in a picture. So you don't need to read anything, you can just see it. Very well known, but not to us.
But if you look at it, it looks like a Native American Indian face with feathers.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly, yeah. If you go to if you look up the Badlands Guardian, for example, you'll see a bunch of different images where they trace over the face and so on.
Sorry.
Hello? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah, you can see if you look up the Badlands Guardian, you'll see a bunch of different comparisons and faces, and it does show Native American and also it looks like Aztec type.
Yeah, I was going to say that, and there's an Aztec type flavor there as well.
Yeah, they're comparing it both to. It looks like I'm not sure if it would be Iroquois or what tribe that would have been originally.
Yeah, look,
Blackfoot territory, but it's I don't know the heritage from that specific area, specific tribes.
Kind of sort of
It
a
might be very much
Geronimo.
older than this.
Pardon me?
It might be much more older than the known structures that we have from the local.
They might not have even known about it.
Or known that it was a sacred area, and this is the thing that I suspect. They know it's a sacred area. They've been told about it, but they don't know how it looks like.
Right.
And what I'll go through the picture. Should we show this here, or do you want to just?
Well, it's a bit of a sideline, maybe.
That's why I
we're
just
getting a little far astray once again. We're trying to get people's attention on these new generator units, but
that's right. That's right. But it's then again maybe a part of awareness. Let's call it that. But it's I don't want to point it out too much on this subject. That's true. So don't worry about that. But I just say, you know, just follow it, or just go and look at it. Let's say that I've been told that this is a very important spot to look at as scientists, and to understand the level of understanding behind the image. And I'll try to explain it in a few minutes in what it depicts. As far as I understand, it shows a 4-generation picture where it shows that the first generation was a generation, and it's shown laying on his back with his feet pulled up in a sort of fetal position. And this is the first generation that has been created on the planet by the space men or visitors, and they created this first species to adapt to Earth circumstances. And that species didn't survive that long, or couldn't survive by itself, and needed to be taken care of in the sense of that it needed to be nurtured. And so it couldn't survive as a sort of a society. So what happened, they created a second breed, and this is a pretty large entity, and you probably categorize it in our view as a sort of a giant. And if you compare the head size to the human size, it goes into a little bit larger than 2 times the size. And that translates into body height higher, and then you have a the second generation that was a sort of a giant, but it didn't function that well either as a society.
It's interesting because we know plasmatically giants, the Earth would have had to have been in a different position for dinosaurs and giants. If you couldn't make the giant now at the Earth's current position, it wouldn't work.
No, that's correct.
That's interesting. Yeah.
It shows even the correct position where it was in the north axial position, and it changes the whole it shows a timeline, let's say that. And so it's a large calendar, but it's calibrated on a large scale. And that needs to be looked at. Scientists have to start calculating what it precisely is. And we'll probably calculate it in large numbers. And the result is that you have a species that's living probably amongst the dinosaurs, is a large being by itself in comparison to the dinosaurs. Probably was just a T-Rex was a really big animal, but was not that scary for a maybe scary, but not that scary. And then you have the third generation, and this is probably the Neanderthal as far as I see. And if you see the picture, it's a bit of a more of a rough face, larger, a little bit larger. And then you have the fourth generation as being Indian head. And it might be just the first way, or the original way it looked like.
And this is part of our generation, the fourth one.
Yes, the original one, as far as I understand. Yeah. And that shows, as far as I've seen this whole collage, because it's just these are the four faces of the generations, and there are another three, possible
It's
four.
interesting. If this is what you say it is, it shows a cycle. There's a cyclic event. I don't know what the duration is of the cycle, but it seems to imply a cyclic event. Yeah.
Yeah. And the whole picture is inside a womb. And if you look at the picture and you look left of the Indian head, and you see a little river, and it seems to be a sperm cell entering an egg. And in that egg, or above the egg and that sperm cell, you have sort of veins coming out, or trees. It looks like trees. And in the background there, you see in green, you see a spirit. And that's the merging of all. Merging of the three.
Interesting.
And that translates into going into one of those species. It can be the giant, it can be the first one, it can be the second or the fourth. But the principle, the system works the same way. And then you have another three faces that are constructed in the same way. And everybody has to realize that the smallest face is the human face, and that's about 350 meters. And it's constructed in a negative on the ground. And that in the shading, it creates a positive image. So there's intelligence behind this. And it's constructed. There's no discussion about it in my eyes. Nothing natural about it. And it's now it's actually the translation in what we see. Can we fit this into modern stories, what we understand as being, modern knowledge? I suspect that we have to go and look into creation stories and other things leading very, very far back.
Yeah, you hear this in the ancient cultures. I know the ancient cultures in Africa talk about this, and of Australia, I know they talk about something like this.
One thing also, I recently went into studying some things about the Torah, and they talk about kosher food. Everything with fins and scales, that you can eat that, because that has been created by the Creator and has been put on this planet, and they know, okay, it's there. You can eat that. But you cannot eat something with a shell, or you cannot eat something that goes through the ground, like a crab and that kind of stuff. And the animals that are depicted in that scene are sort of animals with an exoskeleton, and eel kind of fish without fins and the that. So it might be that if they refer in the old texts and referring to foods, they will refer to you are a being that is adapted to this world, but yes, you can live here, but you cannot eat everything. You eat that thing that we will give you. We will give you fish and we'll put it everywhere. Eat it. It looks like this. Eat it. It's okay. And that's how I translate it now. And what is being depicted there is that the womb is our planet, the place where we live, and there were some basic things there.
And maybe at that time, that was what was natural, or
yes,
to the environment, and anything else wasn't.
Yes.
Interesting.
So the only thing they depict there is then the filling out of which species they introduced there. There's no cow there, and there's no anything else. It's just the intelligent species where we talk about in which environment it was placed on this planet. By who? Because actually the picture of the who is also there. And it's a spaceman. It wears a helmet, and above it, it also shows how it entered the atmosphere. But it has been greatly destroyed by a farmer. And that's why we need to call out straightforward to get this on the UNESCO list, because this is just crazy that we destroyed. And I have a strong feeling that it's being hidden and not shown. But that's it. Let's keep it to that. And if you're interested, just pop me a message and I can go more in detail.
Sounds good. Thank you, Richard.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So tomorrow's the big day, huh?
Exciting times, actually, to be honest.
We're very lucky to be living in this time, that's for sure.
I was explaining this. The funny thing is, 2 hours ago, I was sitting in a circle with people I never met, and I was holding. We were all trying to touch the field and make a bowl out of a field between our two hands. And you were just referring to this whole procedure earlier on. I'm like, wow, we just did that. And really, people are becoming aware of their own environment, how they are, and what they're doing, and trying to understand this in a more plasmatic way. And we're doing this now, right now, and I think a lot of people are watching it. It has to.
You know, I've on the sort of, if you want to use a generally understood word, on the free energy devices side of things, I've done extensive research into this for many years, and there have absolutely been free energy devices in the past. None of them I'm aware of would use Mr. Keshe's concepts and technology. Most of them would use Tesla's principles and others. And it's interesting. I mean, I'm looking at a list over here where I'm 100% certain, I'm not 99% certain, I'm 100% certain these names on this list all had free energy devices. But for one reason or another, none of them were successful. I mean, if you take Tesla, what he saw and what he experienced towards the end of his life, he clammed up into himself. You know, he just didn't want to be involved with humanity anymore. He didn't have perhaps the characteristics that Mr. Keshe does. And others, you know, wanted to use it as a money-making thing and so on. So throughout history, there's been many attempts for devices to come out like this to, I know it's more complex than this, but let's just say free humanity. And I think we're finally going to see it. We're finally going to see it after a long time.
I think in the past, nobody dared to be like a hero. They were ashamed to be a hero. And nowadays, we start to understand that we are all heroes. and we don't have to be restricted by anything, and we can do everything. And before we had a lot of control, and I think a lot of people are understanding now that control is leaving, and that they don't need to take so much care about what somebody else thinks of you. That this whole thinking of being under control of a few just fallen.
Yeah. There were definitely people in the past that their sole, how can I say this? Their intention was to do this for humanity. They were not selfish people, self-centered people. There absolutely were people like that in the past. Not many, but there were a few. But they were all compromised. They were all compromised in some way or another. It's actually, when you sit back and you look at it, the level of sophistication and funding and coordination and surveillance and monitoring and whatever you want to say that it's taken to suppress this for so long is quite mind-boggling. And the way this has been done, everybody around the planet, many people have the knowledge now, is really great. It's I think it's time. Obviously, there were others in the past that, you know, one chap that comes to mind is a person called Don Smith. You know, he was in it for the money, mostly. And it's taken a long time.
Most of the things just go on the path of greed, and that's it. And when we let those fundamental mistakes take part of our lives, then this is the result. And I think by not being greedy or not being restrictive in giving, we're going to create more balance in my eyes. And the only thing is that those greedy people cannot exist anymore in that new way of living.
Yeah.
And that's unfit. They don't like. And luckily, not everybody is so greedy.
But in my mind, I kind of separate them. On the left, I see the inventors and people that have come out with great devices, some of them being greedy. But on the right, I see what I call the establishment. And so there's two aspects here. And the establishment, the way I see that, is a handful, not a handful, but figuratively speaking, a handful of bad apples. And once that's cleaned out, then, you know, I think we'll have a society that should function the way it should.
For the people, by the people?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only solution. And it's a sort of anarchistic view to it, but it's I think people can manage by themselves. I fundamentally believe that if I want to open up a shop and I want to sell something or give something away because I like to make something because I find it cool and I get food for it or I get something else for it, I just do this. And if no money would not be involved, we still create roads and houses and things that we need, and probably on a whole different scale. And it's just the mind control out of money, or the whole illusion behind it, that our dream, we have a lot. We have our dreams. That is just crazy. We can manage perfectly in a different society.
It's interesting when you speak to, let's just say, normal people, because us that work in these fields with technology, to the masses aren't seen as normal people, you know, working away in garages, building things and so on. But
Yeah,
when you
we're not the normal ones. No, that's true.
and you'd say to them, why do you go to work? And some people actually struggle with the question as simple as that. and it'll be the obvious, you know, well, I need an income. So you say, okay, what do you need an income for? And they'll list things off. And this, I was really surprised to see how long a discussion like this took. And then eventually you bring them down to the essentials they need: energy, shelter, food, medicine. Actually, it takes some people quite a while to get to that. Then you say to them, well, what happens if we can give you this for nothing? And immediately there's a sense of doubt or, you know, disbelief.
Cannot be.
And then you say, well, look, we'll deal with that next, but let's just assume that is a given. Just extend your mind beyond that. And it's quite a challenge. Some people actually just stop there and can't go beyond that point. And you say, okay, now you've got your basic needs, and underlining the word basic, nothing over the top, no luxuries or unneeded type stuff, which most people's lives are filled with today. And then you say, well, you've got that now. What would you do tomorrow? No, I'd go to work. You'd say, well, why going to work?
Yeah.
And it's amazing to see how much guiding and you know, they would ask a question, you would ask a question, and eventually they get somewhere where they say, wow, you mean you could actually live like that? And you've got all the information. And and then there's a point when you see something in their eyes and it changes and they get it and they say, wow. And that's quite something when you see someone finally gets it, that their basic needs are taken care of. You have your energy, you have your transportation, your health, your shelter, and now they start to get angry. And it's really funny.
Nobody will make my television. No, actually, I can tell you. You know what they would do? They make you the best television there is, and your grandkids are probably going to look at it. You know why? Because it's going to survive that long, and it's just going to be manufactured to last, and it's just going to be the best of the best. Why? Because we don't make less.
Yeah.
When I have the best, and when you're done with something, you just drop it off at a place where you make sure somebody else can work with it again.
It's, I suppose, in summary, your average Joe soap just sees life like a Ferris wheel, and you're pedaling the whole time, and they can't see it otherwise, and they really struggle with that. It's interesting.
Yeah. It's but we're always trying to think out of this concept that we live in, and this creates securities in a sort of wrong way, but it creates security for people.
Yeah.
And when you take this all away, you have like this empty space, and you ask that we live all together in one spot, and then we run into trouble. How are we going to solve it? Well, make those basic solutions for those troubles you have, and then we have organized it. And you don't need that many laws. There are some really fundamental laws out there that already state a lot. You don't need to be informed more than that, I guess.
And for some of them, you'll start hearing the good stuff like, wow, you know, now both parents don't need to work. You can actually be with your kids, and you don't need
your kids grow up and be your parent.
And you can parent your kids instead of someone else parenting them, like daycare or whatever.
No. I feel that we actually will find a solution for our big problem with our kids that are screaming for attention. We will give them attention. And not only that, my neighbors' kids will start to know me and everybody else, because we all connect in a higher level with each other, because we have time to invest in personal relationships.
I like the graphics when you're explaining about the kid there. It's,
That
This
comes
ball
into it.
starts to
Yeah.
show up in between the two adult
Yeah,
balls.
but it is very
And
powerful.
it goes off to one side, mommy, mommy, and then it goes, daddy, daddy, oh no, mommy, mommy, daddy, mommy.
No, I'll translate it in a different way. I'll teach you something, and this is the field that a kid seeks. It seeks information. It seeks understanding, and it searches the one that is giving, and then it takes, and it grows up till it can balance and stand next to it. If you look at this situation here, basically, if you think away the top one and you have the single one and you're feeding it completely, and you have to let this whole structure feed the center. Eventually, the center will become bigger and as big as the other ones, and it will just centralize differently and will reposition. And this is something that happens in growth. You accumulate enough knowledge and you come in a certain position.
Yeah.
And if you look at it in an esoteric way, you go through all layers of understanding. And when you understand the totality, you're standing next to God, as far as they say.
Yeah.
But you have to govern a whole, what is it, galaxy first? In awareness. I'm in charge of a whole galaxy right now. Just leave me alone, okay? I think how many levels are there of understanding? And I think it translates all to the center of your own understanding yourself. And then understanding how you dictate your own energy. You are a plasma, and you can actually interact with the energies of others. You feel energy from people, you feel emotions, you feel that you get warned sometimes or whatever. It's all fields. So field interaction from people that have a certain intention, or you feel something happening because field lines are converging to a certain point. It's interesting if you look at fields and interaction with people. It's how telepathy works.
Yeah, talking about telepathy, I've done a lot of research into remote viewing, but, using the military trained techniques, and it's amazing stuff. If you have a person that's been trained many years, 10, 15 years doing this type of thing, and you see what these guys can do. I mean, a great place to go is good old Courtney Brown on his Farsight website, the projects they've been doing.
Yeah.
Lately now, they've been doing a project where they will remote view in May.
Yeah, and they remote the next month.
For the next month. And then in June, you see they got it. And then in June, they'll look for July. And July, they've got it. And now it's August. And it's repeatable. It's accurate. And
it's scary too for August.
Yeah. And that's all fields if you think of it. It's you're using another part of yourself, your soul and your emotion, to go somewhere in time and space and gather information and bring it back. So I guess that's a chapter that will be opened in time to come, from plasma perspective. But these guys are
I have my personal experiences with this, and I can maybe translate that a little bit.
Yeah.
Once I was involved in an accident.
Yeah.
And I won't explain everything. I can go into detail how it went completely, but it translates into this. Just before I went into that location, I got a vision.
Yes.
And that vision translated into what was going to happen. I looked at someone, I looked specifically at someone, and that person gave me all the information that was available for her in that position.
Yes.
And that scared the living shit out of me because I was right in line with a terrible accident she was going to have. And I felt her pain. I felt her damage. I felt that something was going to happen majorly, but I couldn't place it. This is the fields coming together in certain point, and this is reality coming to reality, and it's a warning of a few minutes. And in this case, it was about, let's say, a minute max. And I parked my car and I put the thing there and I just witnessed the whole thing happen, did some unlogical things, went out of the line, and then the whole thing happened in front of my eyes. And I was just, okay, thank God I'm listening to myself. I'm listening to the images that are being projected at that moment. And I feel there is something fundamentally wrong. And this is what I've learned, not only from that moment, but from earlier life experiences too, that I learned to listen to my intuition, my inner guidance, and never question it. I
Yeah.
need to listen. I've learned to really redirect everything that I do at the moment that it happens. And it saves my ass and it guides me. And you have to have fundamental understanding that everyone has this.
If you think of it, when we navigating these craft and so on, that's exactly how it is. That's how it has to be. I think, that's yeah.
No. Yeah. 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 It's you feel so much more when you're touching the fields. It's literally understanding emotions. When people understand each other very well, they're connecting very well on an energy level. You have to understand that if you never look through glasses and see that you're actually connecting on an energy level, then you will never see and understand that level. So, but we have to look at that level because it's the way we communicate. I referred earlier on, and it's part of everybody's trying to understand. Probably is telepathy. Is why do we have sometimes the feeling that we're sharing thoughts? Well, this is because we have a resonance frequency sort of that is equal. So we love each other, or we feel sexually attracted to each other, or we have joy with each other. And whatever emotion you're sharing that moment together, and you're sharing the same frequencies or whatever. And I feel it as energy. So you're sharing energy, and you're being together in that same moment. You're sharing the moment together. And if you're sharing that moment together, it doesn't matter where you do that. It can be also in the mind.
I'll tell you something interesting about sharing the moment together, which kind of knocked me off my chair when I first saw it. But I think by the third time I saw it, I thought, well, just learned something new.
Yeah.
When
creative.
If you look at some of these projects that Courtney Brown has put together, they've done a whole lot now. They're publicly freely available. They've looked at things at the bottom of the ocean, at a time when they were at their peak as a city. They've looked off Mars. They've looked off the famous Phoenix Lights event and so on. And in 3 of the sessions that they've done, there was something really interesting I noticed. The first one was when they looked back to the pyramids and the building of the pyramids. They did a few sessions, but there was one where they had a target set up specifically about the rocks that were used to build the pyramids, where those came from, and how they were sort of cut, quarried, produced, whatever. And
it's interesting.
It's a long time ago. The part that really got my attention is, and you can see this, it's publicly available. He draws a weird-looking being, and this being is now in our past. I don't know if it's 10,000 years in our past, 50,000 years, however long ago the pyramids were built. and there's an interaction that's happening. So you got the remote view. I think this project was done last year, so let's say 2015, and he's locked on to this particular aspect of when the pyramids were being constructed, and there's an interaction between him in 2015 and this being 50,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's a real
time presence.
And it knows that this remote viewer, it's obviously
Yeah.
an advanced being of some kind.
Yeah.
It knows that this remote viewer is perceiving that location.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, wow, you know. So that was the first time. And the second time I saw it was when they remote viewed this famous Phoenix Lights event to see, you know, what was going on.
Yeah.
What were those lights and so on. And that being as well, I think the Phoenix Lights was what, in early 2000 somewhere. And I think this project was done 2014.
Can I ask you something specifically about this?
Yeah.
Were they explaining about something about their physical reaction when
yeah,
they,
well,
when they had a connection?
how it works is there's a strict well, this is
No,
using
I'm not referring to how to get into remote viewing. I'm specifically referring to the moment where they got a connection in the remote viewing session with the being, and knowing the fact that it was aware of their presence.
Yeah.
Did they have a physical reaction at that moment?
I guess you could say so. In this particular case, he draws out the scene, and you can see there's this being standing there on a craft, and there's these little things around him, and there's these boxes stacked up or something. And when he's drawing the main figure, this is the guy that's running the show on that craft. There's an interaction, and I think you can see it real time because this is all recorded live, and he's standing in front of a camera as he's doing it. So his physical reaction, you can see it then real time. There's like, wow. And I think if I remember correctly, he was even given a message. He said, you need to look, I'll get it wrong. It was something to do with science. And it was like, look in this area and you'll find the answers you're looking for, something along those lines. And he was like, wow, you know, he was a bit startled.
I had an experience like that many years ago. My first and maybe only UFO real strong connection up in the Queen Charlotte Islands, where I really wished to be with these craft that I seemed to be perceiving in the sky at night. And so I felt like I was connecting to these beings, and I had this strong desire, so I basically said it strong inside that, you know, I really wish to be with you, and, you know, I'm ready. Take me away. I'm ready to go. And this voice came back inside me, very strong, deep inside, and also deep, strong voice that I don't know, I've never heard anything like it since. And it just said, well, 4 words, look inside yourself first. And that was the words that came through. It was just like a big shock to me, and that led me to a journey to look inside, to look at the nature, the true nature of things, and to examine more closely, and to go on this internal journey and decide to do things a lot differently in my life from that point on. So sometimes you get what you ask for, and it can be a bit of a surprise.
Interesting. Wow. Yeah, so that's a whole sort of strange thing where you have something that's happening in our distant past and us now, and there's this real-time communication, you know. That kind of...
I have to hook on to that one directly. It's like I have a almost perfect layover of what was just said about Rick explaining that he experienced a connection when he really fundamentally asked that he wanted to know something.
Mm.
And having this, I'm not sure, I'm guessing, but the circumstances need to be correct. It needs to be, you need to be in silence, you need to be alone, or you need to be connected to people that are in the same frequency, and then you will be capable of connecting.
That's exactly right, yes, and that's the situation I was in, that's true, and some of us did connect that way, and we were seeing stars in our physical bodies and that kind of thing, yes.
Yeah. You can ask any question, not only that, they are physically there. And this is, I'm just generally going to explain it, but this is what I personally experienced too, how I discovered the Badland Guardians and all the details that have been shown there. I don't remember very well how I retrieved the information, but after the thing that I connected, I fundamentally knew. And I just needed 4 seconds to look at the picture. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm here. Oh, that's there. Ah, yeah, I already know. Good. And let's say that it was not an instant transfer of knowledge. That is not the case. I have the feeling that they actually took me, put me above it, and showed me and said this whole thing and explained me the whole thing and just put me back down at home. And that's it. And I just got energized and looked it up on Google Earth, and I'm like, wow, there it is. So yeah, and but it works the same way, and it's if you want to ask a question, first of all, what I feel is that you're trying to reach out to someone that is interested to connect to you, first of all. So there's someone there like you and me that is smart, but just as far as I see, maybe advanced more in a other level, but equally the same. And I treated my contact in that same way, and I asked for respect to me, that he respected me for having trouble with this receiving this contact, because it shocked the living hell out of me when it happened. That's why I asked earlier on into what kind of physical reaction was there when the remote viewer was connecting to another being that was perceiving him or her in that viewing session, because it's an awareness connection.
Yeah, and generally for shamans and that kind of thing, there's a little thing they might use, but generally they wish to remain calm and composed during that situation, and not to remain objective and not respond to one's internal sensations that, you might go, oh my God, inside, but still not manifest negatively in that situation. Because that would be the end of it, because manifesting negatively is what keys off the entity and makes it not work out properly and so on.
And that's what I feel too, yeah.
Impartial, objective observation is a.
Well, no, then again, it's also the a control mechanism of our own body. What I felt greatly was that I was going offline. Literally, it was. I felt like, don't step one step closer, because I have the feeling that if you do or push it a little bit more, I'm just going to be not remembering this all. I didn't remember all, so they pushed it a little bit further. But the interaction is so intense because they're probably or so aware of their use technology that it's just pushing the boundaries that we normally have in interaction with people. They're forcing their mind into you, and they make very clear that they're there. Not forceful. They respect you, and you should be respecting it the other way too.
Well, it gets into some pretty strange grounds here, as someone put in the chat something about where is it here now? About being.
I tell you, I never talk about this stuff, but okay.
Yeah, and I don't know if we should get into it in too much detail
Maybe we
because
should detour it now.
It is not something that everyone has the same opinion of, and the problem is that as humans and as beings, we're at different gradations of, or different levels of understanding, and because the way it works is you can only get a grasp of the next higher level of understanding that you're at now. You can't see two levels above because that's not the way the laws work. So you have to work to attain a vision of the next higher level before you can go on to the level beyond that, say. And everybody's at different levels according to our experiences and culture and religions and how many lifetimes we've gone through and all this kind of stuff. So
but I can translate it to this: if people leave fear alone and never feel fear anymore, they will try to understand this one.
Yeah.
Because that will be the next step.
Fear is a big.
Right. So here's the comment in the chat. There was from Mari. Says they take. I think she meant or he meant they take over control or they take only control. I think they meant take over control of your minds, and this is the important one for them. So there's this. There's a kind of a fear that these other beings, whether it's UFO people or entities inside of us or entities outside of us, whatever we happen to fear, that they will take over control of our minds somehow and we'll become some sort of robot or zombie running around being controlled. But I mean, has it happened yet? Really, with all the idiots out there that are
it happens now.
There's already people out there deliberately trying to control our minds. It's being done every moment, basically. When you have your TV, radio, ads everywhere, and just it's a totally impinging of stuff for vying for our attention, trying to get our attention. And if you consider the idea that our attention is the only real tool of our essence, of our true being, then trying to get that attention is, in a way, sort of an ultimate travesty or transgression, you could say. And it's up to us, though. It's the game we come into this planet, and it's up to us to remember our own, and use our own attention to invoke our presence into the present, our true presence, and not get sucked into the whatever game that's happening at the time, the latest fad here, this fashion, that flashy, this car, this, that, everything we see in front of us instantly, or whether it's even your navel that you're gazing into, or whatever trinket, the spider on the table in front of you that's just got your full attention and is really bothering you, or whatever. It's everything around us has the potential to grab our attention, so that we pour our attention out from inner to outer, rather than having an ingoing attention at the same time, which then enables the ability of the presence, our true nature, our essential self, to manifest in the space.
Maybe I have a feeling I have to point out something, maybe for people that are trying to understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, getting far afield again.
Yeah, the attraction of I'm trying to talk about the control that might be out there. It's really about, like, you have two ways of being negative in let's say a war, or in a plant life, to attack something and or attract something. You can, as a plant, you can, if you want to eat something, you can attract it by having some honey on you, and you just get the nice flavors for the animals around you, and you just attract them, or you attack them by having these thorns. And these are the two tactics it's basically used in nature and is being used in our society to our disadvantage.
Right.
And,
Yes.
and one is called just sheer war, and the other one is called propaganda. Attract people and attract them, entertain them, keep them busy, feed them with lies, and just keep on doing your own shit in the war scene. And whatever.
But that's our mission, you might say, is to recognize the attractions and repulsions
Yeah, but the
of
honey
life.
is thick coated on those good products out there that people are using, and they're being
That's
attracted to.
right. Well, think about it. Most things are based on food or sex, as far as the appeal goes. The guttural
Everybody
sensations
goes
and
on
so on.
sex sites on their computer, and they're on Facebook being entertained by other people showing their face, whatever book items that are not necessary to be shown and are not informative.
But all of that is it's just a screen changing. It's still in a way up to us to take control, take authority over our own machine, our own physicality that might be drawn into various
Make your own
dramas
choices.
and so on. And it's possible to make a choice in each moment.
Yes.
You can use a mantra or something to remind you that, for example, there's one, all phenomenon is illusion. You start out with that premise, and then you say, all phenomenon is illusion, neither attracted nor repelled, not making any sudden moves, my habits carry me through. So that when those attractions or repulsions come up, if one can remember not to go for the attraction or repulsion, instead just be present, just be in pure presence without the window dressings of having to immediately manifest something or immediately respond to something or immediately knee-jerk just
to defend it or whatever.
Yes, right. Defending is 99%. So yes, you can just experience it in a pure essence form without having to actually tell the person you're wrong or to go off and do something about it. So there are tricks that someone that's trying to penetrate to that next level of understanding can use to try to get a broader vision of the situation. And this is what Mr. Keshe seems to have, is that broader vision. He's able to see the details as well as the big picture at the same time. Most people get lost in a detail and become all absorbed in it and forget about the big picture, or they might see the big picture but then not able to handle any of the details or any of the other realms and so on. They become a good philosopher, but they'll trip over their shoelaces trying to take a step. So again, we have so many different levels, as there's as many types of reactors in the universe as there are stars in the universe. There's as many types of beings in the universe as well, and all in different levels. But at the same time, we all have a core. We all have a place in the middle to call our own, you might say, or that where the principality or essence, resides. So that's the strange conundrum in a way. We are all one, but at the same time, it seems like many. There's someone once said the greatest illusion that humans are under is the illusion that we're separate beings.
Yeah.
And that's our root. That's actually the root of all our trouble.
To this very quickly. And we're one, yes, but we're also creators. And we should be in control of creating things as one. And we should never forget that.
Isn't there only
this world, this magnificent world, and everything that we've done up till now how primitive it even looks like if you look at from a plasma perspective, but we're still in like the child's shoes, not even, we're still in diapers, not even that. I think we just got out of the womb. And we try to understand now the implications of our own new technology, but really it's understanding us, our own selves, and knowing that we can only do this peacefully, because otherwise we're just going to fuck up this whole planet.
Let me ask you guys something. I was looking at this whole, well, a while back, I looked at the whole USS Donald Cook incident. And I know the incident happened, I think it sailed off to Bulgaria or somewhere, and then it sailed out of the Black Sea. But the interesting thing was the crew, at least the leadership of that vessel, left. It docked into Spain in some port there, and they swapped out the leadership of the vessel. And I never thought anything more than that. Just odd, maybe it's standard procedure to do this type of thing, until recently, and you guys know what I'm talking about, where the effect of the incident did something to their emotion, and that caused the crew to leave. In other words, it didn't brainwash them or anything. It just balanced their emotion, and they just decided this ain't for them, and they left on their own accord. And I got thinking about that, and I said, society and what has shaped society are a handful of individuals compared to on a ratio basis, if you take the entire population versus the people that control the show from a financial, from a political, from those type of perspectives, I thought to myself, and I'm focusing particularly on the balancing of the emotion, and that example of what happened to I don't know what you call it, the command of that vessel. Is society not the way it is because the most screwed up people, the most emotionally unbalanced people, have sought after these positions of leadership, and it's them that have caused the mess? In other words, in a one-liner, this planet is the way it is because it's being run by psychopaths. And
yeah, but there's a saying that you get the government that you deserve as well. So I mean, I think it takes two to tango in that game, and I think maybe the whole thing is a game in a way. We could look at it is that it is an illusion that all this that we think there's the political things going on and whatnot, and that it is actually basically a big, as who was it that said it recently? Elon Musk, that the entire creation, the entire world is basically a big computer virtual generated image.
Yeah,
and there's nothing really there, yes. And so if you start from that principle, that point of view, like all phenomenon is illusion. So that means anything from our senses that's a phenomenon, that apple on the table or whatever, is an illusion.
It's your creation, yeah.
And it doesn't really exist in its own by itself and so on. It's basically a series of waves that are an illusion of reality. And that gets into the actual vision of the fields. You start to realize that that apple is simply an overlay of fields. It is what we see as an apple is the intersection, or the what's left over after the fields interact, and so on. So the direct vision of
Basically,
that,
it's fingerprint. And that's the fingerprint is like the illusion we're looking at.
Right.
Where I don't want to
give an example.
So where I was going to go with this is, we just USS Donald Cook the planet. Everybody that feels they need some adjustments, put up your hand, and we adjust them, and boom, we're done. We're in a utopia.
One of the things that I relate to this specifically is that after I had this experience I talked earlier on, is that it felt like I was balanced differently afterwards. I had a sort of different. It was all different. It was completely different. A lot of people don't know me as what my past is, but I'm ex-police. One of the things that happened afterwards is that I didn't really want to touch my pistol anymore.
Wow.
And I really had some fundamental problems with some things that I was doing. And it felt like I was on a true path, and I couldn't go against that true path. Like, wow, what the fuck just happened? It was not forced. I don't feel that forced. Not forced at all. But it feels like I'm going against nature. This isn't right. I should do something else. I should do this but I'm forced to do this. I'm like, no. and when that happens, you have to disconnect a little bit. Yeah. And I think I understand what they went through or are going through. You cannot reverse that. That's just understanding on a different level, because you understand feelings. We understand the right. I see just a message coming up. Right, done. It's only the right way we go, and it's if you have a lie towards yourself, how can you be truthful to the universe?
Yeah, that's true.
If you wanna believe in everything that's being told in the old text or the Bible or the Quran or the Torah, whatever, eventually you will be judged. Judge yourself, okay? Judge yourself for everything you've done in your whole life, and put a magnifying glass over it and just look at every single thing you've done in your life, and just judge yourself right now. And then if you say I've done things wrong and you can correct them, go correct them. Don't even think about it a second again. Just correct them if you've done something wrong. You don't have to. Well, the punishment is there by knowing and understanding. And when you start understanding everything that you've done wrong, there's nothing anymore that you feel guilty about, or you feel fearful about, or you have the belief that you cannot, or you have to do it for yourself only because your ego is speaking out like crazy. If you have all that scratched out and you understand on a different level, then you will go somewhere else. You can judge yourself, and everybody can look themselves up in the mirror and it's, okay, I look like this, but I've done everything right. Am I walking a true path? What comes to being just truthful to yourself, and then it works. Otherwise not.
Thank you, Richard. That was nice.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Is there any updates or anything that we should be aware of? Oh, we've been deeply involved in this esoteric conversation here. Hours go by sometimes, and I wonder, we have to remember why we're here. Well, actually, we've been talking about why we're here more deeply than usual. But I mean, in terms of all of our friends out there that are trying to contact and do other things. Is anybody, I haven't looked at the website recently to see if there's any or the forum to see if there's any contact going on. Maybe I should have a look there.
No recent update from Doug.
Are there anybody trying to search for other people or to get information or something like that? I'm wondering. Let's have a look here. By the way, in the forum, it's called Plasma Energy for Peace. And it's Plasma Energy for Peace USA is the subtopic there. We'll have Plasma Energy for Peace for hopefully all of the countries of the world. Wouldn't that be nice? Even Canada. Just looking here now, I'm trying to see. Oh, we have some crop circle pictures posted.
Going to extraterrestrials again?
Well, they liken it to Keshe generator test, undisclosed location, and it shows a form from David Icke. I'm not sure if it's actually related. I think it's probably a crop circle. Oh, it's 2016. Maybe it is one that just came out. It seems to show a three-core sort of, or three-leaf thing that's sort of like a triple core, and it's all based on 3 and so on. But
it will be nice,
I'm not
and
sure
that's maybe something that we can call out to if we are trying to channel anything as energy towards people that are listening and trying to reach out to the stars, because I think they're watching.
The way that might work is if we had, say we had a project we were working on, we're creating the first practical flying saucer for a spacecraft, for example. And maybe we were thinking, oh, what should the angle be of this, cab part here? I think it should be this. Oh, I think it should be that. And I don't know. How can we find out? Well, maybe a group could focus on that question and, as a engineering question, and find a way, there's ways to activate the higher mental apparatus in order to get answers. And you wake up in the morning and someone on the team has the answer. It's right there, and so on. It seems like we can find ways to interact, I guess, to ask a question, and maybe the crop circles would next morning the answer would be there. Essentially, that's the way this kind of instant information, instant communications works. And when you see that, when some person that has that question that they've been asking, maybe they wake up in the morning and see that crop circle as the first news item, they go, that's it, exactly, that's exactly what it was, the answer I'm looking for. And they'll see it as an insight in that moment. Boom, it won't be like, I wonder if that's the answer. No, yes it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it won't be iffy, maybe, maybe not. It'll be yes, wow, that's it, like a wow moment of inspiration is kind of the way those instant communications work, in my opinion. So,
well, I think the communications goes in very high level if they want to translate something to a human or whatever is requested. What you say is like, if you maybe have no reference point to what you want to know, and if they cannot communicate to you the right way, they will probably do it in a blonde way, like a crop circle.
Well, you figure that if we were talking earlier about the idea of it being objective and impartial and so on, then you would imagine that a being in some sort of, coming from some sort of high dimension with all kinds of higher knowledge and so on, would probably tend to be already in that basically impartial, objective, observing state. The so-called thing like on, like Star Trek, where you do no harm to others, you do no, you don't interfere with other life forms. So
Mhm.
they would be sort of, as they do in Star Trek, they hang. What do they do when they visit a new planet? Well, they just hang around in the outer atmosphere and observe, and maybe make a trip down and observe the life forms without interfering in it. They don't pick the plants normally, or they don't try to hurt things or destroy things and so on. So there's a this objective observation becomes the attitude of the space person, so that they wouldn't be pushing their agenda necessarily on the human that's trying to contact them, or where there's this contact going on, but they would be willing to answer any question immediately, just because of that empathy connection. And that's the way it works in the universe. You don't hold back stuff, and you don't iffy it, or if maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. It's just instantaneous giving whatever is required in that moment, but only giving what's required in the moment, not the other part of, oh, by the way, and you owe me another $100 for that transmission, and
Yeah, I'll
this and
force
that,
you
and
the
blah blah blah
information
blah.
in this way and that way.
Right, and I'm going to warp your mind a little bit here and there, and make you do things that make you write bad checks. So,
But they even warn you. I'll tell you this. I asked something. They said, okay, are you sure? Yeah, okay. Then we will show you. And I knew what I wanted to do with it. And they basically said, okay, well, we'll tell you. Here, okay. Are you sure? Yes. Okay. Here you go.
right, because they ask if you're sure, not just dumping on you, because they have to know that you have some knowledge, that this additional knowledge, this understanding, is going to take you to a different level, where
Takes you also to great
where the things that you're looking at now may not be quite as enticing or wonderful and so on. The stuff of the lower level now looks like the crap of the level you're on now, and you're looking at the next level where the real jewels are, and so on. So,
Well, it doesn't look to me at all as negative in no sense at all.
right. I
I see
didn't mean
levels
that.
of understanding differences where I see people struggling with things in their lives that I've figured out for myself, and I have a solution for them. I can reach out to them and just give it to them, but they will not understand. So they'll be busy with that struggle for the rest of their lives, or halfway they will find out and they'll fix it for them and they go to the next level.
Well, that's
And
right. That, just briefly, let me say, it reminds me of the idea that that is actually one of the lines of work in the universe, is to drop little lines into situations to help elevate those that are in that situation. And it might just take a one-liner that's able to think about, geez, I wonder
it
about
can
what
be
that
really
guy
touching.
said. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
I
I
was
said,
wondering.
no, it's okay, it's okay. I said it's gonna be really a touch on the shoulder for someone
Ah, that's a good way to
at
put
the
it. Yeah.
right moment. But you can only do that when you know how it feels. It can be that moment when somebody's being bullied, right? You're not intervening at all. The only thing is what you do is you touch the person. But you have to know and understand that this should be a supportive touch of understanding and support, where he's going to be powered with understanding that he's being respected for the person he is. And there's nothing wrong with him, and that he has support in all kinds of levels. And you touch him and you give him that energy, and he goes open up and he understands. But it's just people need to understand that you need to do that at the right moment. You need to understand it yourself fundamentally, what's happening and how it feels in every single level, even the one who does it. And then understanding all differences in every person, and then when you translate it into that, you give them that information of understanding, and they will understand everything at that moment. everything that you understand, they will understand. A sharing of energy. I energize myself with this information and I help him with it. Here you go. A mutual understanding.
I'm wondering, now that you brought that up, Richard, and you already mentioned your previous life, let's say, as a policeman and so on, would you be engaging in this? So let's say you're on the street as a policeman and do some undercover, whatever you happen to be doing, and you're interacting with someone on the street. Are you feeling or did you find that you might have started feeling their life, or sort of instantly seeing their whole life laid out, and feeling that empathy for that other being, whatever they happen to be doing, and that would probably almost interfere with your work in a way, because you have to be clean and clinical and just, process this person if they did something wrong or whatever, and you're not supposed to get your feelings into it so much. Is that true? You're supposed to sort of remain above it in a way.
Yeah, I'm understanding what you're saying, and I see this separation very well. One of the things that is one of the big problems in our society, I guess, is a lot of people are not in synchronicity with their feelings, and being disturbed by these situations, yes, disrupted by people that do not understand on that level and want to disrupt things and say, we don't have time for this crap. Just arrest the bastards, sort of that. That's hard. It's very hard to live in a world where you perceive the world in a different level. That's how it works for a lot of people that are highly sensitive.
Exactly. I was wondering how that was for you. You mentioned changes in your life and so on, where you could no longer face your gun, so to speak. And it must have been a lot of changes in your relationships with people and authorities and everything else at the time, probably.
Well, I didn't have so much problems with people. I started to understand people, and I understood that I was working in the wrong field, and you want to fix things and you want to help people. If I can only put a patch on and run away, I'm not helping.
Unless it's a paint patch, maybe.
Yeah, but
you meant.
But I want to personally put some attention.
Yeah, you meant patching up a situation just quickly by arresting someone or telling them not to do something.
And it might not take 15 minutes or an hour that we're busy on it, but it will take 3 hours. But I know for sure he's never going to come back.
Right.
And that's all about making people aware of their situation, their struggles, getting that all fixed. People do not dare to stab through things and just go through all layers and just stab that thingy where everybody knows that that person has a problem with, but do not dare to tell them. Or people don't see it, let's say that.
Now, does the person have the problem, or is the being or essence involved? How does that? What is that from your perspective?
Oh, I think the essence or the being is there but cannot speak. It's still in crawling position. It cannot walk.
Can it do bad behavior and then the physicality gets blamed for it?
I think it can be angry and disrupt and cause things to happen to you. I think so. Yeah, if you want to translate it to sort of schizophrenia, maybe that is sort of schizophrenia, or like these people that say like they have this second thing in themselves. Well, maybe that is your soul talking out. It's not being really nice to you at the moment, I guess.
I wonder.
I wonder what you did wrong in your life, or you're not listening, or maybe that's your punishment. Maybe you committed suicide in the past and came back in this form. You live this way for a moment. You understand the duality.
Yes. Very, very literally.
Make that sure for a whole lifetime. I'm there, and next time you listen.
Reality is stranger than we realize.
Yeah, it might be translating in that kind of ways. You know, you don't know. We don't know the whole picture. We're looking from this perspective of ants, and there are guys flying over us, and they're looking at us, and they're having the whole picture, and they're not grasping everything. So
exactly.
It's really point of view differences that makes you aware on a different level. It's not like a spooky science. It's just letting go of these fundamental things that are growing in your mind that are obstructing this view on the world. And then when you get it, you get through that layer and you understand the next layer, and you go there and you go next, and then view over the edge, and you say, you know, wow, I would like to. I'm not there yet. Get there.
It's less of a building process. It's more like a removal process.
It's removal of your
it's like
own
creating
fears and anger and.
It's like creating nanomaterials level in a way. You have to tear down to get down to the bedrock and tear away the overburden in order to get down to business, basically, and that creates a different, looser entity, and you change and you become more free, going toward freedom again, the freedom of the nano versus the element or physicality. Mm-hmm.
Freedom of the spirit, connecting to the physical being on this planet, being in connection to everyone on this planet, being aware of this connection that we have. Then it goes into all other directions.
Speaking of direction, how much longer is it before we hear from Douglas and gang? Anybody know, roughly?
I don't have the time to.
Last I heard, he was meant to get to the next destination at midnight, which was going to be
probably a couple hours yet.
To Washington, PA. Is my website correct? Let's have I'll put the website up here so that we can have a look at it, because it's kind of cool. We do the screen share there. So, oopsie. This is the Keshe Foundation. Just get set up a little bit better. Just bear with me. Oops, that guy can go bye-bye. Here's the website. And as we scroll down, we see the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, as well as the forum button to click on, and the moving map of the whole journey. And this is kind of nifty, where the first one, the arches, is now crossed out as being done on the journey, and the Waffle House is crossed out, and now we have the picture up. Lovely.
Wow, that's great.
Of the first supporters of the of this movement, literal movement. Good shot, nice, excellent.
That's very cool, very cool. They're really on a mission, guys.
It's amazing when you think of the significance of what's happening here, and
cheers on that.
The more people show up for a marathon race, you'd expect it should be the other way around.
And the strange thing is, these people are showing up for something they've never seen in the physicality, this generator thing that they've seen in a video, and no one really knows what it's all about yet, except the folks that have their fingers on it and doing it. And
No, we
they
don't know that. They may, you never know. Maybe they are watchers of Mr. Keshe's teachings and so on.
Oh
But
yeah, definitely. It's just that it's a bit of a leap of faith in a way that all of this technology is real enough for these people that they're willing to leave the comfort of their couch in their home and go out actually in the rain in inclement weather and drive distances and so on to meet with each other. And just to say hi to this fellow that's taking us to Washington and so on. It's such a great thing. It's wonderful. And then underneath we've got, I guess, the next map, Washington, PA, as opposed to Washington, D.C., and the Meat and Eat restaurant here, as opposed to the other Meat and Eat in Washington, D.C. I think there's one there too, isn't there? Or Eaton Park, sorry, it's not Meat at Eaton Park. It's not Meat and Eat. You think it would be Meat and Eat. That's not a bad name. Meat and Eat. Eat meat at the Meat and Eat. But it's Eat and Eaton Park. And as was it Flint that you brought up that how could you eat and then park? Generally you park and then eat. So
Well, it's eat and park. It's not eat then park. You can eat while you're parked. They used to have servers that used to come to your car and serve your car.
while you're parking, trying to find parking, is it?
Well,
Parking.
so you would drive up to this restaurant. You stayed in your car. These were very popular around here, and the waitress would come to your car.
I see. Yeah, yeah.
Order, and then some were even on roller skates, and then they would bring your food to you on a tray and hang it on your car.
Okay, yeah. I remember we used to do
Rick,
that.
A&W Drive-In, Rick.
Yeah.
A&W
We used to do that in the old days. That's right.
yeah.
So that's eat and park.
They don't have roller skates.
Is it still being done then?
Well, apparently this is the thing there.
The restaurant's still going, but I don't know if anyone still serve.
People do love their vehicles, and especially in
So
the East
no more
Coast.
serving on the parking lot. Then they really should change their name.
Let's drop in on the Eaton Park here and see where the Eaton Park.
Sandy, it's nice to hear your voice.
See, they have a lovely view of the freeway in one direction while you Eaton Park, and a lovely view of a really kind of busted up parking lot in the other part of the Eaton Park. And looks like a abandoned.
Well, that's the reason why they don't roller skate anymore.
No kidding. Okay. Well, that's great that this is an updated map. Again, this is found for people. Let me extend the live stream window a little bit so people can see. It's at the www.keshefoundation.org on the main website, and there's these live moving maps you can play with and look at the where the journey's going. And now we have live pictures have been uploaded of live people that are involved. Hopefully we'll see nice to see a doubling with each picture that gets presented. We go from 5 to 10 to 20 to 40 to 80 to 160, or maybe it should be more like to the exponential squared. Start with 5, 25 in the next one, 125 the one after that. It's very possible. This could escalate and multiply and just simply go viral very easily.
And the other group's already publishing this. that you know of?
The picture, you mean?
No, anything that we're doing at the moment, the whole activity.
Well, we know that.
Should we maybe grab some extra attention?
Yep. We know that Veterans Today did an article. That's a
mainstream one.
That's pretty big.
Mainstream, extreme.
Yeah, semi-mainstream. I don't know how.
Wait. We're talking from the dark corner of the internet. Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, they claim
dark corner.
their logo says Veterans Today, Journal for the Clandestine Community. So
okay.
That's pretty dark and undercover and admitting it.
Oh yeah, okay.
They're so light they admit that they're dark. You know, that's the way we're going. You can't get along in our modern society unless you're totally honest. Even if
it was
you're
no negative, right?
If you're totally dark, then at least if you're honest, you're going to get away with it. I'm dark and I love it. Look at Trump. You know, I'm biased and I'm a loudmouth and I have lots of money that I ripped off from people, but
I'm honest
so
about
what?
it.
I'm honest about it and I admit it. So bugger off, you know, and there's something to be said for that in a way.
Well, it's true, yeah. When you balance it in a different way, yeah, why is that not good? Or not bad? Or is that not sort of a balance? Yeah, it can. We can choose to go both directions. I tend to think that we're a balanced being, that we can make good choices, but we can also make really bad choices, and we can make also some.
What's good and what's bad in terms of you have to frame it. For example, if the number one goal was to evolve no matter what and really fast, then there might be some what we call negative experiences that one would have to go through to make oneself impartial to it, let's say. So you know, there's things I wouldn't want to do. I don't know, like cleaning fish. I don't like to deal with, you know, cutting and cleaning and stuff like that. But maybe that's because I have a repulsion to it. Maybe I would have to do that in my life in order to remove that, get used to that repulsion, and then I can drop the whole thing. I don't have to do it anymore, that particular activity, because I'm now neutral to it, no longer attracted or repelled. I'm in that neutral.
Do you ever do it?
Pardon me?
Do you ever do it?
Did I ever do like gutting of? Well,
catching a fish and just.
I was a good catcher of fish when I was a kid, but I never. I did clean them occasionally, but I did that a little bit, and I just didn't like to do that anymore. And after a while, I didn't like to eat fish anymore, and still kind of like to catch them at the time. But now I have not much to do with fish. Occasionally, I do like the taste of tuna, I must admit, but I don't eat meat virtually at all anymore. So. And I learned not to. I learned to not like the smell of, or not like chickens. I don't eat chicken meat for 35 years or something, because I had one of the first jobs I got in this. The first job I got in this area was picking chickens. We walk into a 6,000 chicken coop, and start picking chickens, 3 chickens in each hand. And you deliver them to this guy who stuffs them in a truck, and away they go to be killed at 5 o'clock in the morning. And you do that starting at 2 o'clock in the morning till 7:30 in the morning or something. And it's one of the most insane ways to make a few dollars that I've ever run into. And I totally lost my taste for chicken forever after that.
I can imagine you have a smell, and that smell, we were talking earlier about smell.
That's right. Now that you mention it,
everything.
That's the first thing you notice. You notice that smell is your first sense when you walk into that chicken coop with 6,000 chickens.
I have this with potatoes.
Potatoes.
Yeah, you will never guess why.
You were.
Come, spill the beans.
Beans and potatoes, yeah.
Yeah, well, there's this thing in potatoes. You have the mother potato. This is the one that seeded the other ones. And when that one is still sort of a whole and it was buried in the ground for that long, it smells like really, really, really bad. When you grab that thing, it just sort of breaks up in your hand. And when you grab that thing, I was working in this sorting factory where they sorted whole truckloads of this stuff. And you had to grab out the um, rocks and a piece of dirt and these mothers. But when you just that the juice that comes out of it and the smell of it, and then the smell in your fingers afterwards, you never forget that. But that's like rotten potato to the max, and that's why you start hating potatoes after that.
I'll put the positive spin on that. The mother's the neutron, and the other ones were the electrons and protons.
Yeah, that's good, but that smells not good.
Yeah, they're only field interactions. Keep telling yourself it's only, neither attracted nor repelled. It's just a field interaction.
7 meters away. I can smell it coming down the line. I'm like, oh, there's one. It comes.
Well, it's a classic example of it's like we are in space already. We move around, and suddenly we encounter this field that we just can't tolerate. This smell field, which it is in all of its essence and all of its description, is a plasmatic field. We're talking about nanoparticles that have a field around them. They're all connected, and they enter into our systems, and we.
I'm daring to someone to do an experiment, and this is a simple experiment. Take a piece of soap, put it somewhere in the room, and every time when you look at the soap, you will smell it.
Say that again. Grab a piece of soap.
That's.
Put it somewhere in your room.
Yeah.
And try to concentrate on it, and you will smell it. And then I'll tell you that's the same technique you use as remote viewing or telepathy or whatever. You try to connect to it, and you smell it.
It's all the senses, actually. The remote view, the information comes in as taste, as smell, as touch.
And the smell is the strongest one.
Yeah. Interesting.
When you look at people that have traumas, they will tell you that they will smell something and it will trigger something. The smell of blood, the smell of vomit, the smell of poo, or the smell of whatever, the smell of burnt metal.
So we need to figure out how to make an emotional GANS kit so we can lock the field. Lock the emotion.
Well, they have that already. It's they're called herbal essences or essential oils, and that's what some people profess to have a profession in that, or definitely a flair for it, and they can actually sense the fields in a room and alter the fields with the essential oils to create certain environments that are more beneficial. And of course, we use incense, right, in order to change the environment, to create.
And that's nano-material.
And don't forget the two-slit experiment.
The wave particle.
Where you have the interaction of the observer, interaction with the observer causes a different effect. And that is the interaction of our own eyes, radiating out our field in a focused way. You see, you go there. Something that Keshe also said. You focus there, you channel the same energy, and you go there. And so visually connect to it. In a universe that's easier done than on the Earth.
I would venture to say it could be broken down into intention and attention.
Yes.
And those are the two basic components of that building up that field.
So the attention is the focus, and the intention is how you want to change it. Yeah.
If you want to translate it to mainstream, you have this movie called Jumper.
Yeah.
He takes pictures of places where he has been.
Mm-hmm.
Then he identifies with the picture and is like a sort of an extra memory for himself that he shows himself this picture and it brings him back to the location and the memory of the location. And then when you really identify with the location, you can focus yourself there and you're there.
I must tell you an interesting experiment that reminds me of. I must tell you about it. Yeah.
It's like remote viewing that way. It's not the way the remote viewing technique of the military is being done, as far as being explained, because that's more of a technique on a board and more of a writing form. And trying to translate that into sort of a channeling. But if you try to focus yourself and really go in a meditative session and do the same road, but then try to visualize things, you can really go and walk there.
Okay, I have an update.
Update.
30 minutes.
Hey.
No. Yeah, they're just heading out, and so he'll join whenever here.
Good.
Well, I think the Eaton Park thing's for tomorrow morning. I doubt he'll go tonight.
Yeah, they're just gonna go to a hotel. Yeah. If you say it real fast, it sounds like Eden Park, which means it's like you're going to Eden.
Yeah.
Eden.
Beautiful.
The Garden of Eden.
Preliminary there a little bit, but yeah. Eden back on Earth.
Must be here's the gardens here, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since you guys
Vacant
are getting
lot.
into Eaton Park so much, I should tell you the rest of the story with Eaton Park.
Okay, great.
Part of Eaton Park is one of these people that used to serve. They had this mascot kind of guy called the Big Boy. And the Big Boy had this big pompadour black hair. He was a little bit of a roly-poly type guy with some red and white on. And that was their symbol, their mascot. And they had what was called a Big Boy hamburger. A few places still have the Big Boy hamburger. I don't know of any of them that still have the mascot, though. But that's the rest of the story there.
Well, thank you for elucidating that.
Yeah, a little
It's one of
Pittsburgh
those
trivia.
little factoids that we'll probably never forget until tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, you got to fill up the time somehow.
Well, that's right, and time we do have to fill. But what else can we get into in terms of our topics here that might be good for people to know that might be listening in, or what other information do we need to give out at this point? Are we close on having some printables at this point, or is it not happening?
Well, we have a banner, and I have a few pieces of letterhead. I have the paper for the iron-on transfers. I'm just getting ready to maybe print some of those off.
I'm just about ready to send you about 5 or 6 files.
Oh, great. As far as a write-up, that's been tough. I've been having different people tell me what kind of things they think I should write, and I got too tired and went to bed.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of running on fumes here too, but if you could send that to me, it'd be great.
Well, now it's in too many different pieces.
Okay.
We have Simon Blake who says in the chat, can we submit our own articles of the event to indie medias online to promote the event? Well, you could send articles about the event, but you wouldn't be able to say you're from the Keshe Foundation unless you were from the Keshe Foundation. But you could suggest. Most of those places have a suggest button or some sort of button. He says it's important because we can add SEO options to those articles.
What's SEO?
What's that again? It's the online
search engine optimization.
Right, to make sure the Google will pick up on it and so on.
Yeah, that's the thing. When people repost messages, it's just one message. When they make new messages, it spreads out way more.
Yeah.
So of course, when people want to repost or make a message by themselves, please, I think. But indeed, you're not Keshe Foundation. Just make it out of your own name and just point out this is happening right now. I think that is just a perfect initiative. But Facebook is very easily to be blocked. And Facebook very easily redirects messaging to other users or not to users. So messaging from our group might be blocked to a lot of just general visitors. So it's not getting any coverage. And if people just start messaging by themselves in their own channels, that will spread way more than reposting. Hope that helps.
Now, Simon Blake mentions like hashtag love, hashtag peace, hashtag pick of the day. Our tags and other hashtags will create a huge amount of traffic if done right. I was wondering if maybe Simon has an idea of how to put together an article like that, and he could send it to us, we could okay it, and then maybe promote it as a Keshe
Well, I just point out my own example on my own Facebook. I wrote down something from my own view about the current situation, and I said that this was going to happen, and just spread the word that way, and make it your own, and identify with it, and spread it, and it will be to your friends and family and co-workers who cares. You don't have to be scared of this. This is real. Nobody's fooling you here. And it cannot be more real than this. And governments know this. And the people should know it now too. It's a sort of a silent revolution, a non-violent one. Finally.
Well, they make good time in driving. And the way Douglas was saying he drives, it must have been his wife driving.
Could have been. Might have been 50-50 though.
Well, at least it doesn't sound like they hit construction or any kind of delays. That's good. They've had a long day.
Soldiered through.
What was that?
We've been asked to make videos regarding the book which is written, to give some talk about it and what it's about, and what is the difference between what technology we are offering and the technology of the past. The book is called The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. The matters in this book are not about the matters solid, gases, and liquids. The matter we speak about is about the fundamental matters, which are the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. Up to this point, some scientists have assumed that there are some antimatter within the plasma of the matter. We for the first time explained the plasma contains matter, the antimatter, and dark matter, and some magnetic field forces within the plasma, some working in conjunction with each other, and some loose. For the first time in this book, we explain the time has come for man to walk away from ethos of burning wood, burning materials, to create energy and motion, to overcome propulsion, and to lift matters into space. For the first time in this book, we show how the magnetic fields of fundamental matters, which is the antimatter and dark matter, and the matter of the plasma, can be used to create lift, to create motion, to create energy, without burning. Using the magnetic fields, we use the properties of the antimatter, for example. And when we finish with it, we return it back to its original state, back into a plasma. We are not far from reality. Some institutes around the world are working on this principle, but they never understood the concept. We developed technologies, we have tested it, and now we are sharing our knowledge with the rest of the scientific world. Walking away from this book and going back to what this book is about, we have to go back to where man started. Man, from the beginning of the time, saw fires, and he followed the same pattern. The reason this scene has been set with a place in front of the fireplace is to bring back the reality of where we come from and where we are going. Man in the jungles saw the fire, wood. He learned how to make fire. He used the fire in an industrial way to add to his needs, add to his wants. What he wanted to create with, he used the fire to manipulate, to make a steel. Further on, he came to understand the coal, use of the coal, and he used the coal. Still again, burning. In the recent past, we came across oil in the past 200 years. Further, we used oil, burning. Nuclear physicists have come across the new technology, what they call the nuclear reactors, or what they call at the moment fusion technology. We'll come to this. The fusion scientist and technology, the way it's going, will have a long way to go before we actually see any results, because fusion technology of today has one of these main ingredients in the nuclear reactors missing. The operation of these reactors will be talked about later on. What is the important thing in the world of science is that some scientists have made the understanding of the gravitational fields the holy grail of science. They believe we cannot understand what it is and will never understand what it is. But the reality is we know what it is, we know how it's made, we have made systems which replicate it, and that's why our science looks so amazing. There is nothing amazing about the truth, what a physics is about. What I would like to show you is very simple. We consider this, for example, to be the magnetic field of the Earth. That's the Earth, and that's its magnetic fields. What we've been told up to now by scientific world is that there is a North Pole. These are real magnets. And what you say is that they say there is a North Pole and there is a South Pole. And what happened, the magnetic field come out of the North Pole and go back in the South Pole. And that's how the magnetic fields are created. But the reality comes to something else. That's why we could not understand how gravitational fields are created. Gravitational fields are created very simply. That we have realized in the recent past that there is another second core within the core of the Earth, which, as is dynamic, it creates, as it rotates, it creates its own, as you see, gravitational pull, which is attraction, and magnetic field of it. So, the appearance of the second core within the center of the Earth now clearly indicates how gravitational fields are made within a solid core reactor like Earth. But magnetic fields in regarding to stars are created more or less on the same principle, but comes through the dynamism of the plasma, which is a charged matter. What happened in the recent past, we have to find out where this second core comes from, what we talk about. The geophysicists have found in recent past that the center of the core, what we assume to be a solid core, is actually has a cavity inside it. They call it the inner core of the Earth. I have called it the Caroline core. So what they say, we assume, for example, this is the solid core of the Earth, and outside it is the outer core of the Earth, where the current produced in the outer material around here with the dynamic motion of the inner core was assumed to create a magnetic field of the Earth. With a new understanding and a new data, this inside is more material in a liquid state, most probably in a dynamic state like the material which is outside it, unlike the solid core itself. Geophysicists and I, we agree up to a limit that the material inside could be partially uranium through processed plutonium and other materials radioactive. But I assume, which is on the basis of the fundamentals of universal order of creation of celestial bodies, which are dynamic and possess magnetic fields, this inner core possesses plasma. It possesses some other radioactive materials. It possesses non-radioactive materials. At the same time, it has within it nanomaterials in different shapes and forms. So, if the material outside is dynamic, it creates its own magnetic field. The material inside, which is dynamic, is creating its own magnetic field. So, you have two cores, inside and outside, and the two create their own magnetic fields. The outside core with the inside core, the interaction of the two, it creates the magnetic field and the gravitational field of the planet. And that has been one of the major breakthroughs in how we have come to take our technology further. It is very interesting to understand that the same principle as it applies to the planet Earth in creating magnetic field, in creating gravitational field, and in creating its magnetosphere, and at the same time the mass of the planet, the same thing applies to stars, and the same thing applies to a plasma within the center of a hydrogen atom. At the same time, for the first time, as we explained before, electron itself is a miniature plasma, and for that reason it possesses its own magnetic field, it possesses its own gravitational field, it possesses its own magnetosphere, and it possesses its own mass. So in fact, what we have assumed up to now just to be an electron is a miniature plasma. This takes and brings into play a totally new understanding and finding out and realizing how plasmas are created. We want to walk away from matter. There is no burning of the fuel in the center of the planet. Magnetic fields are created purely by interaction of magnetic fields of the planet. Gravitational fields are created by the magnetic fields of the planet. And for the first time we confirm, and we know because we have made systems, is that the gravitational field and the magnetic field of the planet are created by the same materials in the same region of the planet. So the holy grail of the gravity is solved. Not just because we say, because we have produced reactors which replicate the technology, the same system, and we see it exactly the same. In this part of explanation of the technology, we looked at this as the planet Earth and its magnetic fields. Let us consider the same thing as a plasma in the center of a hydrogen atom, a proton. Before a proton, there is always a neutron, because by law of physics, there cannot be a position when there is a proton and no electron. So, for the first time, we call the decay of initial fundamental plasma, neutron, that is split into electron and proton. So the decay of the plasma into neutron and proton brings into play totally different game, totally different understanding in the world of physics. What it is, let's consider the initial plasma. As an initial plasma, as we explained before, there is a matter which we see, we tangibly feel it. So that part of the matter is very simple. We see as matter. As we explained just previously, for it to be tangible, it has to possess magnetic field and it has to possess gravitational fields. So that's the three fields which we're looking for. But that's only the tangible side of the matter, of the plasma. As we know in the recent past, the plasma possesses antimatter. We call this antimatter. We show it with a stronger, much pronounced magnets. The reason being is that up to the present time, it's a belief by a number of nuclear physicists and theoretical physicists that when the matter and the antimatter come together, the matter, there is nothing left. Some charges we see, and then because they are balanced with each other, the balanced charges, the material disappears. This is against the law of physics. This is against anything we know in the world of physics. There is no chance that two real matters can come together, and then when they interact and come together, there is nothing left. So we have found out, we have developed technology, we have theoretically and scientifically proven that actually the antimatter is like the sun in the plasma condition. Is the center of the energy, is the possessor of the main energy, magnetic field of the matter. That's why at the present, some institutes, they have separated the antimatter, and within a spoonful of this antimatter, they can launch several shuttles, the energy possessed by it, into space. And in the world of physics, we have never came to understand what the antimatter is. For the first time, again you explain, antimatter is the sun of the plasma, it's the center of the plasma. The matter part we see is the tangible part, is the weakest part. But at the same time, in the structure of the matter, there is a fundamental point of the plasma, that is the matter, the plasma possesses dark matter too. Which means we have within the plasma its main constituent, which is antimatter, the matter, and the dark matter. And because the way this material is produced, this plasma is produced, each one has its own magnetosphere condition, each one has its gravitational condition, each one has its own magnetic field condition, each one has its own mass. So, in fact, mass of a plasma is collection of the masses of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And in reality, the way the plasma comes to be made in the universe, when they come together, they attract other magnetic fields which are loose within the environment. Those loose magnetic fields, which are not similar in strength, they tend to be dynamically rotating within the center of the plasma. We call this one F1. We call it this a torus field. In the dream physics, they call it the wormhole. This is actually a magnetic field because it does not have any other matching fields within it to create its own mass, to create its own gravitational field. These loose magnetic fields rotate within the center. And at the same time, there are some other fields which are not actually part of the matter because they are loose, they don't match in any shape or form. So what happened in reality, they are just loose fields within the plasma. What happened, these plasmas, like the plasma of the antimatter, when it comes close to the torus field, it gains acceleration, it gains energy from it because it's a dynamic. The same happens with the antimatter, and the same happens with the matter component plasma. In the book, we explained what the dark matter is and what dark matters are and how dark matters are created. In a very simple way, we explain dark matter is actually a matter where its magnetic fields are literally in balance with the magnetic field environment of the plasma. So, as the strength of the magnetic fields are the same, they don't create any light in the interaction with each other. We explain the creation of light further on, then it will become much clearer what it means. So, in fact, if we change the condition of the plasma or the environment of the plasma, we'll find the dark matter becomes visible matter because only the magnetic field, the strength of the plasma has changed. In the world of physics, they call appearance of the matter out of nothing virtual particles. There is no virtuality, it's actually matter, but because its magnetic field or its magnetosphere is in balance in magnetic field strength, with the environment of the plasma, the matter does not create any light. That's why it appears as dark. So in reality, what we have, this is the structure of what we call initial fundamental plasma. It's called the neutron, and that's what the structure of the plasma is. That's why suddenly scientists see amazing antimatter. Antimatter, there's nothing anti about it. In fact, it's the most fundamental matter part of the plasma. And when you say matter collides or gets absorbed or come into touch with antimatter, nothing left, this is a fallacy. It's like saying the earth hits the sun and there is nothing left of the sun and the earth. There is no such a thing. What is left, the matter gets absorbed into the antimatter magnetic field strength. There are still different strengths. And what you see, the light which comes out, is like when the earth hits the surface of the sun, you get some splash of radiation. And that's what it is. And that's because the magnetosphere, magnetic field of the earth, matter, comes in touch with the magnetosphere of the antimatter. And when two plasmas come together, the field interaction creates what we know as light. Different wavelength. So for the first time we explain, you do not need, and at the same time in the further talk we'll explain that the light is created in the universe out of when the two fields come too close to each other, when the magnetic fields of them interact, some magnetic fields are released in the wavelength of the light. So we'll explain that in the future, in the very soon chapters. That's what it is. This we call the structure of initial fundamental plasma. Some people call it neutrons. But when this neutron decays, I call it a decay because it's a natural fundamental decay, like uranium, plutonium, and everything else when they decay, any other material, plasma of neutron decays, and the outcome of the decay is plasma of the proton. And for the first time introduce the plasma of a neutron, electron. And that is a very fundamental, and that's a major breakthrough to understand the structure of the proton. We'll speak about the decay in the following chapter.
What does everybody think? These are his first videos from 2009, I believe. Yeah, July 14th, 2009.
Yep.
He's like hitting him out of the ballpark.
Yeah.
American way of saying it, maybe.
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw that video back in 2009. And that's why I wanted to get the words on it, to put the words up so that they could be seen by people. I think there's still there's closed captioning actually.
I'll make these highlighted over to Jack. You can make sure he gets these on the to-do list.
Well, they're already done is what I'm saying. The closed captioning is right there on the YouTube.
Oh!
It should be. Maybe it's not up. No, it should be up on that one.
Oh, okay. Well, awesome. I'll continue on here if you guys want to. Or...
I think it might be in other languages too in that one. Maybe it's just English. That's all I saw there.
English. Oh, right here.
Should be others somewhere. There we go. Portuguese, Spanish. Well, I think that's it, I guess.
I guess everybody, we all want English, right?
Unless you want to learn Spanish, it's it's bigger than English right now, apparently.
Okay. Haven't heard any recent things yet from Doug, so we'll just wait and hear from him. Don't see him coming in yet, so I'll continue on here. Hey, Doug. You just come in a few minutes ago. You're muted. If should I unmute you? Hey, you there, Doug? Hello.
Yeah, I'm looking to.
Pardon?
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, makes better. Sitting here trying to figure out how to turn the mute button off. It didn't work.
Yeah.
Very tired. How are you guys?
Same. At least for me.
It's the same all around.
Yeah.
I have a pillow propped up by my neck, and I can't get comfortable to save my life. This is definitely a longer drive than Colorado.
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't worried about that. Nothing to see here.
So are you
Yeah, I'll take pictures in the dark.
Yeah. So you a few miles out yet, or? You a few miles out yet, Doug? No. Might have lost him there. Oh, there we go.
Hello?
Yeah, we still hear
Can you
you.
hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I had a pleasant conversation. We went to stop at the Waffle House right there at the last stop and throw some trash out of the car and just to see, because the other kind people told us there might be somebody else up there. Sure enough, there was a gentleman, and we sat and chatted with him while my son ate. He was starving as always. We had a nice little conversation with him for a bit. He had driven an hour and a half to come see us, him and his wife. They weren't aware of the time delay. He had to take her back an hour and a half back to where they live, so she could go to work, and then he turned around and came back to meet us. So he had quite a bit of driving time himself today just to come out and show his support. Did y'all get that?
Yeah, we did. So did anybody in Indiana come follow you?
No one has followed us unless they're doing it secretly. And at this point, I really wouldn't.
Oh.
Station was a little.
You cut out there. At this time, you wouldn't what?
I said at this time I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
No, so far the only thing we've seen are a lot of police in Ohio. Ohio needs to do something different with their money.
Remember the song? "Four Dead in Ohio." It's an old one, but it was about a shooting at a university there, right? They killed 4 students during a protest or whatever.
Oh, I was automatically going to Tom Petty.
Neil Young, actually.
Yeah, I know, but the way you sounded reminded me of Tom Petty.
Yeah, I didn't want to be anywhere near copyright violation on that one. That's why I disguised my voice.
You could have sang during break.
Well, if I could have sang, I would have. But I can't, so I didn't. But that's okay.
The one thing I have noticed on this journey, and I've traveled the United States by bus and by car, almost hit every state except for a few up northwest. And I have noticed for the first time in my life that the police, when they do have someone pulled over, they've got like 4 or 5 cars behind them. They seem to be really, really on edge regarding the traffic scenarios. It's not just one cop pulling you over anymore. You've got a whole team. It would appear. Every place we've seen somebody pulled over, there's been 3 or 4 cop cars behind them.
Yeah, wow, that's interesting.
They're afraid. Some of them. The only thing of interest I've seen besides St. Louis, because it became dark and there's not much. I've been through here. My wife's from up around this area. Not much around through here. But a big cross past the Veterans Bridge and the St. Louis Arch have been about. Now we've seen some beautiful, beautiful historical buildings in downtown St. Louis. Really old. Got to see the very first uh, Czech. I hope I don't slaughter that crowd. The first Czech is in ZE whatever Czech Republic, as in the very first Catholic church in the United States, built in 1854 in St. Louis. So we got to see a few historical things. It's been more eyes ahead of the road and driving through the rain's been precarious and slowed us down a little bit, but we're still going to manage to make our destination. I don't think we're going to get as much sleep as everybody else, and we're all going to meet at 6 in the morning.
Yeah. Well, it's good hearing from you. You arrived there safely. You
arrived this far safely. It's been a very entertaining ride. The young one that he loves Mr. Keshe. I don't even really know why. It's strange that my little one has a connection like that to Mr. Keshe. He asks me all the time, is Mr. Keshe there today, Dad? Are you doing this for Mr. Keshe? And he has tons of questions about Mr. Keshe. He'll ask, what's GANTS? What do you use the GANTS for? And right now we've got a little hurt chicken, a baby chicken. So why are you spraying the gas on the chicken's head, Dad? So I get all kinds of questions from him regarding this technology. But the thing that cracks me up the most is hearing him ask if Mr. Keshe is around. Mr. Keshe around, Dad? He really loves to talk to that man for some reason. It's really strange.
That's really cool.
Still here if you want to talk.
Hi, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning.
Yeah, he's still up looking at me. He's blinding at me, so he keeps asking us when we're going to stop so he can go to sleep.
How long more? How much more driving you have to do?
We're still a couple hours out from the last destination for the day. We're almost to Pennsylvania.
Have a
You got
safe journey.
a couple hours yet. Okay, I thought you said you were about there.
Yeah. It's a couple hours out. I consider that about there. As long as we've been driving, yeah, that's about there to me.
Okay.
We're on the other side of Columbus, so Columbus is a little over halfway to the stop in Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania Road. So we ought to be able to get there and get at least 6 hours of sleep or close to it, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I am all for grabbing a continental breakfast and everybody gets.
Yeah, we got the full lowdown history of the Eaton Park.
More than you want to know.
Yeah.
I heard Rick on there. I'm sending him a message.
You make it as far as Zanesville yet?
Don't know. I've not been looking up here lately. Lots of storage buildings and churches. Have you seen Zanesville?
I was just on that line back there.
Oh yeah. I guess we've passed it.
No.
Or we're coming up on it. We're at Pickerington. Yep, Pickerington city limit. So that's where we're at exactly. Rick, you in the background? Hey, Rick, I'm sending you a message. You get it, Mr. Keshe, if you would please.
Is it in the email or is it in messages or?
I'm going to send it to you on SSI chat.
Okay. SSI chat. In the
Get that?
Really? Well, that's interesting coincidence.
Yeah, I thought it was. That's why I'm not, because it was let on that they're listening from all over the world. So I'm not from it.
Well, that's fine. We got your back.
Yeah, I didn't feel threatened anyway. Everybody I met's been pleasant, uh, very pleasant. Uh, and like I said, last guy was full of questions, so
Yep.
and I talked about making gold, so
Yeah.
I wanted to do some video footage from Vance, but I mean it's just dark. There's nothing. Of course, we left Lawson Waffle House. It's pouring down, so you couldn't see anything but rain anyway. What? That'd be fine. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get some on the drive in the morning. We'll get some great footage. A lot of historical sites from that point in, so we'll get a lot of good footage.
Okay, great.
All right, well, I'm going to sign off for a little bit. Chat with the old lady because she was smacking the car over that. I'm in the car, can't get away from her. Because I've sit over here and relaxed for the last couple of hours, and I'm sure she's needing somebody to talk. And she's pulled the soul drive all the way to here.
Yeah.
Or something right now because I hadn't had no sleep for the
Okay, very good, Douglas.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get off of here and post up. I'll bet y'all hooked up live. If anything even looks crazy in the background, I will have this thing on faster than a duck swim in water.
I didn't catch all of that, but
I said everything looks great, but if we have anything that even looks remotely funky, I will have this on live and up and running in a matter of seconds.
right on. Yep. Okay, well, we send you blessings and wish you the best. Go for it. Thanks, Douglas, for being there for us.
Douglas, this is Sandy. May I suggest if you get so tired, you don't have to stay at in Washington. You can just meet us at the restaurant there tomorrow morning if you want to stop somewhere else and rest.
Well, I thought about that, but I seen the meetup time was 6, and if we stop right now, we're gonna have to leave out at like 4 in the morning anyway. So just in order to get there at 6, so, we'll just go on to the place. That way, we'll be there.
Well, I can be there at 6 if you want to come later, and I can just meet up with people there. So,
And then you'll have people behind you for the rest of the way that you know.
I just don't want you driving too tired.
Yeah, well, I'm fine. I've rested a little bit. My neck has been bothering me, and it happened with when that tooth started bothering me. So I think they're connected somehow or another. But other than that, the headache and the neck ache, I'm fine. I was tired and I got some rest and stretched out over here in the van. Actually dozed off at some point when Clint called. So I did get a little rest, and I'll take over for her and drive a little bit in. But it's good to know that we can go ahead and stop somewhere if we want to. But you'll be there to wait at 6 for any
Yeah, I'll cover the basis in the morning.
All right, that sounds great. We may just go ahead and find a place to crash. I know the young one's tired, and my wife's exhausted.
Sounds like a good plan.
So do we keep broadcasting here?
If I can call, I can't make.
Just looking at their viewers, and so we have 100 people all together in our Zoom.
Yeah, how much on live stream?
Sure, let's see
Let's see here. It says
217 right now.
yeah, that's a lot for us.
Well, it's not that many really. Well, it actually just dropped to 165 as I mentioned it. So I don't know, we're dropping like flies here. Maybe we should call a break and take a break here for the evening or something.
Okay.
I'm not clear. We have to do what Mr. Keshe would like as well. So if we got some clearance from him or some advice, that might be good.
Yeah, Caroline's coming in here in just a minute. Hold on. Hopefully she'll be in here in just a little bit. You there, Caroline? Hmm. Caroline, did you have anything to say? No? What do you think, Rick?
What are we hearing there now?
Oh, it was
That's with
Douglas.
Douglas. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Douglas's mic's open, yeah.
Caroline's is open there now.
Oh, okay. Caroline.
Hello?
No, it's just that we fell out and we had to come back in.
Oh, you did? Okay.
We just lost the antenna for a while.
Do you want us to still broadcast?
Depends what you feel. Do you want to stop and restart tomorrow when they arrive?
I think that might be better for us
Yeah, I
to
do.
get some rest.
I do. I need some rest here myself.
Okay, no problem. They already arrived, or
no, yeah, they still got a couple hours. I texted them and they told me back, oh, we're 30 minutes out. It's like, I don't think so now. So yeah, they got a couple hours yet. So it looks like about 1:30 a.m. their time.
Do you want, what time do they start tomorrow?
They're convening at a restaurant at 6 a.m., which is noon your time. And then they'll be leaving that restaurant at 8 a.m.
Which is 2 o'clock our time.
Yeah.
Mr. Keshe, I told Douglas that I would be at the meeting place at 6 o'clock to give him some more time, and he said he might stop at a closer hotel and catch a little bit more sleep.
No problem. So we come back at what, 2 o'clock Central European time?
Yeah, we can do that.
Perfect. Yeah, let's have a rest. At least are safe on the way. And we start a new session tomorrow. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes, sir.
That sounds like a good plan.
Well, we meet back in how many hours? Now it's past 6 o'clock.
It would be
8 hours.
Well, it'd be 8 hours, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back again at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Would you like to tell them?
2 CEST. Okay, I'll put up the notices for the usual spots.
Yep. That'll be perfect.
Make the normal announcement for 131. Like the normal announcement that gets posted.
Okay, yeah, we can make it the 131 workshop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
The announcement with all the links in it and everything.
That's perfect. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe, once again, of course.
Thank you.
And best of luck in this whole endeavor. Hopefully things will be interesting, if not complete success.
We'll see where we go. Depends what they plan for us on the other end.
Yeah, it's challenging.
Thank you very much. Thank you for everything.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'm just trying to get clear. We're looking at, that was 2 p.m. CEST, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Just gonna get clear on how it works there. Okay. 5 a.m. All right, that's great. So, is there any other questions or comments before we? Are we going to shut down now then, or?
I've got a quick question. What time is that in America?
To where?
To where he's at now.
It would be in the Pacific coast. It'd be 5 a.m.
Oh, 5 in the morning.
At Pacific coast, and then Central it would be 7 a.m.
He's in Eastern now, which is.
Oh, I see that part of the U.S. Yes.
He's Eastern, so it's 3 hours.
9.
8 o'clock.
Would that be a little bit late? Because if you want to do like a broadcasting, it might be that he would like to be sitting in his car at 8 instead of broadcasting, maybe.
Well, they're scheduled for a couple-hour breakfast there to convene and talk and relax and whatever. And so after that, we'll
okay,
start.
So there's no rush in things there.
Yeah. So after he's done with that, that's when we'll start. And I don't know. He'll be in his car or just about there or whatever. I don't know. It won't be for too long.
Yeah, it would be nice to have some coverage from the start.
Yeah. So we'll start up like we did tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern Daylight Time, or that's 2 p.m. CEST for Central European.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Nice. Well, sleep well, everyone, then.
Yes.
What time is it here? I'll check for myself. It's 5:42 and I'm going to bed.
Yeah. Well, thanks all for joining in.
All right, that's great. Let's, I guess, wind it up then.
I
If there's...
have, and for Sandy, I have the files. I'm sending them to you here.
Thanks, Nick. I'll be here for a little while.
Okay.
On that, and then I'll be getting up early to go take care of things. So
24 hours storage too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to end the live stream for now.
thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.